Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from, and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. Please read. I need you. I apologize ahead of time. I am sorry, so sorry, reader. I've been urged to open up, to share my experience, as I've no conscious connections left in the waking world. I know that at this point, I'm just a no-face person, but I need to share this with someone. Anyone. Besides the hospice worker that comes to the house, my only other companion lies unconscious in my living room. He means everything to me. If he passes, I'm not sure what will happen to me. There is no way for me to ready myself for such a loss. I feel so alone. His body speaks to me in the hush and huff of his breathing machines. An occasional mechanical signal breaks the silence. We only have each other now, and I am thankful that I can still slip my hand in his, rest my head against his chest, and listen to his heart thump out. I'm still here. I'm still here. Here's my story. Please take some time out of your day to read it, to absorb it into you. I need a hug right now. I need so many things. XX Brenna. It wasn't always like this. Before Brant came into my life, conscious and normal mind you, I was surrounded by general loneliness. At first, I considered myself as an outcast. Like a magnet, I repelled most people. It was an easy thing to do. My mother believed in geographical cures for her emotional ailments, and having the constant stigma as new kid made it hard for me to form strong friendships. But the more we moved, I realized I was more like a domino architect. Instead of repelling potential friends, I had the misfortune of setting up events to push everyone away from me. They'd all fallen away by the time I met Brant. My father was my first casualty. I couldn't help it, born a daddy's girl. One of the rare times my mother sat up to talk with me, she told me how smitten he was with my newborn dark curls, the laughter in my eyes as I gurgled and reached for him. Fatherhood was a mantle that he proudly wore. Before me, he practiced law with my mother at a small and successful firm in the city. Always the more competitive one, the career-driven one, it was a surprise to my mother and the firm when he put it all on hold to raise me. So my mother worked, and my father put his career on hold after I came into the world. For my first few years, we had an idyllic family. Mother would work long into the night, and father would look after me and lead me into childhood. He'd tuck Polaroids of me into mother's lunches, and she had clusters of them all over her office. Our two smiling faces. He'd homeschooled me through elementary school, taking me on road trips across the country, showing me history, teaching me geometry through pool, astronomy through a lens, geology digging through the mud. We'd adventured. He was my whole world, my closest friend. When father got sick, my mother took it hard. To his credit, he'd hid it from her for a couple years. Maybe himself too. Sickness sneaks up at you like that sometimes. You feel more tired than usual, and then weaker. And we can easily attribute it to getting older, to the albatrosses that hang around our necks. Being a parent is hard, so he put me first, always, I guess until the end. Then he passed away and it was just the two of us, and the Polaroids. Mother had given me the stacks and stacks of photographs from her office. She kept a picture of just the two of them in a small frame on her desk from when they first started dating. They'd gone to a photo booth on their second or third date, and he'd kissed her in the last photograph. The thin little frame protected their unlined faces, smiling and carefree, those moments lost too long ago. As a child, I knew mother wasn't handling his loss well. Instead of taking a step back from trying to make partner at the law firm, she worked harder than ever and was rarely home. In her place, she provided me with an endless swarm of nannies. As any mother would do, she made sure her little girl was well provided for. I had a few memorable ones that had stayed. Gerda with her shock of red hair and her ability to always have hot honeyed rolls for breakfast, Sonia and her perfect eyebrows and patient hands teaching me to crochet, Maddie and her little girl that played dolls with me endlessly. Some nannies stayed longer than others, but just as I connected with them, a new one would take her place. My nanny was a transient role that was filled until I was in high school. Mother moved us when a better opportunity arose for her, and it meant I rarely had enough time to put down roots or grow attachments in an area. I have pictures of all of them, pictures and memories, and it still draws tears to my eyes to think of all of those goodbyes. My nannies did what they could for me so I could grow up into a strong young woman. I felt like many of them tried to fulfill a little of that motherly role that I've lacked. To this day, I'm so grateful to have had so many women that I could look up to and grow from. Without them, I'm not sure if I'd be here today. I was in high school when my mother had deemed me too old for a nanny and had given me the honor of autonomy. The bus route picked me up at home and dropped me off promptly at the same time every day. Once home, I knew how to prepare dinner and then would set about my routine of cleaning and doing homework. I'd spent a lot of my free time reading or crocheting and watching television. Characters created in print and screens staved off a bit of that longing for companionship. This is around the time the dreams started, when I started feeling lonely. Being so isolated, you get this hunger for social interaction, kind of like the feeling of when you miss breakfast. It's there, drumming away behind your eyes, and as long as you're focused in doing something, you won't notice. Everybody dreams, every night. We mostly don't remember our dreams, but for those that do, it can range from the ridiculous, comforting, to terrifying. As a girl who lived mostly alone, I started looking forward to my dreams. Sometimes Father would be there and we'd do things like fly over the mountains in Colorado and the red oaks in Oregon, as if the states were stitched side by side. We'd sit on presidential noses in Mount Rushmore. Sometimes I'd dream that while cleaning, that I'd find new and hidden rooms of my house and that he lived there. The kitchen pantry would have a false panel, and I would be able to crush my body in such a way to find a new hallway that smelled like him. My bare feet could feel the dusty floorboards as I found his room and his study in our first house. I'd wake elated and ready to launch out of bed to tell Mother, only to find my cheeks wet to realize that I'd been dreaming. There was no fake panel in the pantry. I'd checked at least a dozen times. Father was gone. I was alone. Then I'd dream of my nannies taking me home, of Sonia and her crochet hook weaving me a perfect blanket in blues, greens, and purples as we sipped hot chocolate by the fire with a record on. Gerda would take me up in her arms and declare me her best friend. I'd never had one before, and we'd go over my rock collection, touching each one as I recounted its story. Maddie and the little girl would hold my hand and take me into the garden, and we'd make floral crowns with wildflowers and weeds. We'd thrown stones in a still lake and stained our mouths with fresh blackberries to the baritone choir of frogs. And every morning I'd wake up alone. I packed my lunch, brushed my hair, donned my jumper, and took the bus to school. At school, the buzz of teens around me made me feel even more alone. Forming friendships wasn't as easy as it was when I dreamed. I tried. I formed weak acquaintances that let me sit with them at lunch. As a good student, I never suffered to find a group to work with for projects, and I bore my meager athleticism well when I grouped with other like sorts at gym. Occasionally, I'd be invited to birthday parties. I'd eat cake and enjoy hanging out with other people my age, but I always felt like an outsider or an addition. I wasn't generally bullied or picked on, mind you, but I wasn't liked enough to form ready friendships where I could just call someone up from a memorized phone number. Girls would either not have room in their friend circles, or I didn't live in any one place long enough to find my way into one. I could get people talk to me, but I could never get them to listen to me, to make a connection. The friendships were one-sided. I couldn't help but feel like a fisherman that religiously got his bait stolen and went home with a sunburn and no supper. During summer months, we'd either move or I'd explore my neighborhood alone. And I kept looking forward to my dreams. By the time 7th grade hit, I'd started having my favorite dreams, a reoccurring dream. I'd wake up on a swell of a hill, a sycamore tree bent over the surface of a smooth lake, and an older woman with short hair cropped just below her chin, smiling. "Welcome home, Brenna." In the dream, I'd run out to her and hug her waist. The dreams had started before my growth spurt, and the woman was tall and warm. It felt safe to press my face into her apron, to have my little frame engulfed in her arms. She'd pet me and say pretty things to me that I wished my mother would tell me. My face would contort and I'd hold back tears when she would tell me she's proud of me. She had a son that was a couple years older than me. Then we'd play. He had a tree house, and we'd eat lunches, bring out card games, and decorate it with things we found in by the lake. A built-in shelf housed a squirrel skull we found in the mud at the base of a tree. A limestone rock with a million fossilized shells and piece of green glass worn smooth by water and time. These two people in the dream would remember what I told them. As the seasons changed in my life, theirs did too. In every way it felt real, except for the slight detail that from their noses up, their faces were in shadow. In the dream, I didn't notice, but upon waking it felt like those two people could be anyone. The boy had a small blunt chin, brown curls, and round cheeks. He was a little gangly, but I didn't mind. Even in my dreams I ran awkwardly with the grace of a three-legged grasshopper. I also didn't know his name, or his mother's name. These were details that washed away on waking. As my mother and I hopped state from state, I stopped caring that she was rarely home when I was awake. I stopped caring that I didn't have friends that cared if I moved or would save me a seat at assemblies. I got to see my friends every night for 8 hours. At the time, I didn't think it was too abnormal to have reoccurring dreams nearly every night. My friendship with the boy as he turned into a man changed as I got older. In a few years, we'd hold each other in the treehouse, and I'd bury my face in his chest and he'd rest his cheek on the top of my head. We were closer, and it was different, and I had felt differently for him. More for him. Each time I woke, his mother would give me a knowing look and laugh when I'd wake up there, and I'd blush and find him. Friends didn't hold hands the way we held hands, as we looked over the lake and listened to wave after wave of crickets chirping and the reflection of thousands of fireflies blinking in and out like far-off starlight. It wasn't until I was a senior in high school that I found out that my dreams were abnormal. In a creative writing class, we were prompted to write on our most memorable dream. Easily, I filled pages and pages on my sleeping life. I wrote of how last night we'd been soaking our feet in the lake off a worn pier. My cuffed jeans skimmed the water and we tried to stay so still so the minnows would nibble at our toes. In the reflection in the water, I saw his face break out into a broad brace-faced grin as he loomed and tickled me. Even though I saw him coming, I couldn't help but curl and writhe in my fit of laughter, rolling into his lap and gripping onto him, ultimately thrashing us both into the water laughing. The dream ended when he kissed the top of my forehead and temple and then patted his cheek twice with 2 fingers. It was our ritual. I reached up on the tips of my toes and kissed him twice on the same cheek. A kiss for now and another when you need it later. I sat in class and listened as everyone read out loud their dreams. One girl blushed a bit and read out, "I don't usually remember my dreams. I mean, like, if I do, it's just a fragment of something. Last night, I dreamt that someone had broken in, and I was trying to get my dad. Suddenly, the burglar was right behind me, and I felt him there, you know? And no matter how fast I'd run, he was faster. It was like my legs wouldn't work. I was so scared. I woke up right before I could feel his hands around my neck. I couldn't get back to sleep. Nightmares suck. I dreamt that I'd been playing football with my team, you know? Everything was normal, except the mascot was a real tiger and we could jump like Master Chief in Halo. Man, I wish that were real life. Tigers are cool, the boy exclaimed, miming throwing a football and smirking. The girl blushed and demurely tucked a stray hair behind her ear. I dreamt that the doctor came to take me away. 10, as in David Tennant. I got to go into the TARDIS, and I got to see the pool. Yeah, I wish I'd have that one every night. Then it was my turn. I briefly explained that I generally dreamed every night, and I generally dreamt about the same thing. The same 2 people at the same place, and I remembered most of the details, except that their faces were shadowed, and I couldn't remember their names. It was like a living memory. TARDIS girl giggled. Maybe that's like your soulmate. I've never had the same dream twice, that's weird. Football boy laughed. It must be nice to dream every night. They sound nice, the girl with the nightmare said. She smiled at me. The class suggested to me all sorts of things: see a medium, look up dream meanings, post a classified ad to find my soulmate, and to keep a dream journal before the end bell broke us up. It left me a little befuddled and curious for the first time as to if those dreams held any significance. I'd wanted them to mean something. I'd wanted to not be alone. For all my life, I just felt an overwhelming urge to connect with people. Dreams are not enough to sustain a person, and I felt so tired. Mother was working overseas now, and while she supported me diligently to make sure I had all I could want or need for, the aloneness was a vacuum. The rational side of my being decided that I should talk with someone, that it wasn't normal for a girl almost at 18 to have no friends, an absent mother, a dead father, and a dream boyfriend. It couldn't be healthy. Sure, many other teens had it worse. My family wasn't abusive, and my mother had made sure I felt provided for. We didn't have to worry about money, and I was spoiled insofar that if I wanted something, I could just buy it. By the time I was in high school, I had my own small library at home. Still, with no one to talk to, I started talking to my school's counselor, Mr. Goldstein, as a last resort. He'd seen my type before. Kids that had trouble fitting in, kids that moved and had their roots pulled out so many times that it stunted their growth. He tried his best to be helpful. Whenever I felt morose, he'd listen. When I told him of my troubles of being a girl super magnet for friendships, he'd suggested clubs, after-school activities, hobbies. I really poured myself out to him, and it had been ages since I'd had someone really listen to me. My nannies were the last people I'd been given such ties, and all I had of them were my memories. I didn't dream of them anymore. Even though my tie was just a counselor and student, it was something for me to hold on to in the waking world, and for a time I felt better. Then, as everyone had, Mr. Goldstein left too. The school told me he'd had to take a leave of absence for personal reasons. It happened from time to time. Adults have tons of obligations, and I was passed on to his replacement, Miss Kwan. I liked her well enough, but I felt as though she weren't as invested. It felt almost like going to the doctor rather than opening up to a possible friend. Even with Mr. Goldstein gone, he gave me the push to ready myself for graduation and to apply for colleges. Mother decided to stay overseas and to sell our home. She bought me a condo in the Northeast next to a large university I was accepted into. Driven to succeed and provide, Mother gave me a generous stipend every month. Even though she couldn't be there for me physically, she made sure I had the means to survive. As always, once again in a different part of the country and new school, I set out to find a piece of normalcy. Still, I dreamed of my boy and his lake. His braces were gone now, and he was substantially taller than me. His shoulders were broad, and his chin and cheeks had started sporting thatches of dark bristles. His lips still carried the flush fullness that he had as a boy, and I enjoyed kissing them all night. It was my favorite hobby. It was a good thing he wasn't real, or else I might have not taken my studies seriously. I had decided on library sciences, but I had to make it through my first 2 years at university before I started in on my major. College felt more isolating than high school. New classes brought in tides of new faces, and I had still not found the skill to make fast friends or slow friends. Let's be honest. I was in my junior year of college when I started feeling tired. It started with oversleeping, and I attributed it to wanting to spend more time with my nocturnal otherworld. But as sleeping into late morning ate into early afternoon, I started to worry. I was getting more hungry too, but even though I started eating more, I started to lose weight. My nightly walks started to get tiresome more quickly, and I found it hard to walk up the stairs. I was so exhausted some nights. In my dreams, my boyfriend urged me to go see a doctor. He told me I looked more pale than usual, that my hands shook. My mother told me that a true summer vacation may be what I needed, and she encouraged me to take a trip, to fly out to more familiar grounds. I took his advice first and scheduled an appointment with my doctor. He poked and prodded me, checked my thyroid, and ran several tests on my blood work and heart. Besides having slightly below normal iron levels, he could find nothing wrong with me. He suspected that it may be stress-related and encouraged my mother's suggestion for a vacation. I found a short lease to a furnished house in the city where I was born and flew out there to have a new perspective over the summer. Even though I'd moved a half a dozen or so times since my father passed, it never got easier. Each move was draining, and at the end of each year, I started feeling an aching anxiety when I had to fill up my boxes. I'd lived up by my college for 3 full years, and it was strangely sweet to be able to stay in one place. Despite being able to get used to the same walls and form a fondness for the routes where I would walk, I didn't feel sad leaving my condo for the summer. In my hometown, I had found a favorite coffee spot next to the library, and I'd often spend a quiet chunk of my day stopping at each favorite place on my personal pilgrimage. Every day for that first month, I'd leave my house, walk the couple miles to the library, pick out a new book to read, and then take breakfast, lunch, and liberal amounts of coffee at the cafe. I didn't recognize him, not even a twinge of familiarity, as I'd eye up an orange scone and an iced coffee. I'd grown so used to not being seen that I had stopped seeing people. So I took my copy of Jane Eyre, my breakfast, and I sat out in the sun and let the literature and sun warm my body and soul. That night, in my sleeping world, I enjoyed my time with my boyfriend. His mother had made us cold turkey sandwiches and packed us a liter of cold Coke, and we munched on the offerings with our feet splashing in the cold lake water. He took a bite of his sandwich and looked over at me, slipping a dark curl between his fingers. "Are you real?" I could feel his eyes looking at me, touching on the sharp and soft features on my face. I laughed. We avoided this conversation. We just never had it. In all the years I visited him, I was happy to have a place where I was normal. I didn't want my afflictions to invade this part, this comfort. What kind of question is that? Of course I'm real. I think I'm more real here with you than I am when I wake up. He blinked. In this world, I could both see and not see his face. It was like that experience of déjà vu when I woke up. The memory of his face was somewhere, but when I recalled our dreams, from the nose up his and his mother's face were in shadows. "You wake up, Brenna? You dream all of this too?" He became still, and I felt disorientated with the realization that I'd hoped for this. I'd hoped that I were special. I'd hoped that dreams could be real, and that connections made with people were not only through flesh and bone. Yes, I go to sleep, I dream of you and your mom, and I wake up in my own bed. I remember most things, and pretty much I have the same dream with you here. My heart skittered like a rabbit that wanted to run. The textures of my dream were almost a form of hyper-realism, and I could hear the trees and their leaves kissing the wind. The lake water smelled like wet moss and silt, and held my sandwich lamely. It was soggy. Am I crazy? We're dreaming. This isn't real. You're not real. I should probably start seeing someone. Obviously, you're some figment of my imagination that I've drawn up to fulfill some sort of loneliness that I felt. It can't be healthy. I look forward to these dreams. I look forward to seeing you and Mom again, to this damn cabin. Brenna, I think I even see you. I think I see you when I'm awake. He put his face in his hands and shuddered. I put my hand on his back and tried to calm him, and silently wondered if he could feel my heart beating out of my chest. You know, I think those things too. I haven't seen you in the real world, at least I don't think. I don't remember what you look like. It's vague. I frowned and let my cool forehead rest on his bare shoulder. You think you saw me? Yeah, where I work. You come in and order an orange scone and an iced coffee every day and read. It was your smile? I froze and stopped rubbing his back, and we straightened and met each other's eyes. Brenna, what book were you reading? Jane Eyre. I had just picked up a copy of Jane Eyre. The next day I met Brant. He wasn't working. He'd called off, and he was sitting at a table looking at the door nervously. I had my copy of Jane Eyre tucked under my arm, and I nearly dropped it when I saw him. And that's when my life really started. Brant told me about his life, and I told him about mine. His mother had died when he was in middle school. It was a freak accident. They'd been up in their cabin in the UP, and he and his dad were out fishing when it happened. His mom was eating breakfast by herself and choked and died. They found her on the floor in the middle of the afternoon, and it was far too late. For Brant, his childhood ended there. They buried his mom, sold the vacation home, and Brant kind of lost his father too. He was there, but he'd never gotten over his wife's death. He'd taken up drinking, and they were barely getting by. Brant worked as a manager at the local cafe to help ends meet. He started dreaming of his mom when he had a bad day, and then one day I showed up. He had a more normal life than I had lived. He had a good group of friends and had even tried dating a girl in high school. Although, he said, that things never felt right. They didn't click as easily as we did, and for the longest time, he thought he was being unfair, comparing her to a dream, a ghost. But between going to college and working, he found himself in a better place to be single. That's how things began, and reader, it was beautiful. I started feeling better. Before bed, each night, we'd chat over webcam and we'd share our days. At night, we still shared dreams, except now, the settings would change from time to time. Brant sometimes appeared in my childhood home or at a beloved travel destination I visited in my youth. While we were still long distance, we spent hours together. I finished up and got my degree and moved back to my hometown. We bought a little condo and helped out his dad, got him into some programs to try and settle his demons. We felt so lucky, and I felt so normal. He proposed, and we started talking about having a family together. I bought a couple onesies, one for a girl and one for a boy, and laid them side by side, imagining the little body that could fill it. Then he got sick. It started with him being tired all the time. He started losing weight, his hands started shaking, and he got so weak. Just like what happened to me. The doctors tried to find out what was wrong with him, and all the tests they performed came back normal. He was normal, but he was wasting away. His body started shutting down, and he was put into hospice care. My care. He was no longer in my dreams, but I had the man, his body, this shell, and I could hold its hand. I've never felt so alone. They say it is better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. Without him, I live a half-life. I knew what it meant to be happy, and now I know that without him, that happiness will be lost. Doctors could not help him. Medicine did nothing. Love only gave him comfort, so I resorted to the last thing I could think of. I hired a medium. Did you know you can find them in the yellow pages? She came to our condo in a beat-up old gremlin. She had no bag, no talismans, no show. Madame Celeste was a fair woman, with skin that looked like she was in her 20s and hair that was aging into her 50s. She'd seen sun, and freckles had dotted her nose where her brown-rimmed glasses rested. She fit the flair of medium with a sort of boho chic style, and I thoroughly believed I would have been better burning my money rather than calling her. "Can I see the man?" She stood in our hallway. At least she was direct. I nodded and led her into our bedroom, where he was set up. She pulled a chair to his bed and touched the air around him. She touched his face lightly, laid her hands slightly above his chest, and then settled with just holding his hand. Closing her eyes, she frowned. "He's still there. Vaguely. He's almost gone." "Gone? Is he dying?" I blinked rapidly. I didn't need a medium to tell me Brant was fading. He was nearly a skeleton with skin. The physical evidence made that apparent. Dying? Yes. If he leaves, he will die. His essence, spirit, soul, what have you, is almost gone. He's nearly empty. So empty, this one. She looked perplexed. What does that mean? He's empty? His soul is missing? I didn't have words. This was insane. This woman, insane. There are multiple kinds of death. Naturally, our bodies house our spirits until it breaks down. Like any building, time takes its toll. Then the spirit moves on, as is the natural order of things. But the body needs a soul, just like a soul needs a body. This body's soul is very damaged, just scraps of it left. I don't know what's causing it, but he could repair if no more damage is done. You can have hope. She looked at me, looked through me. Can I take your hand? I nodded and gave the woman my hand. Hers were cool and smooth, and mine were sweaty and shaking. She took a moment and closed her eyes, a line forming between her brows. Her eyes snapped open, and she dropped her hand. Leave here. Leave here now if you love him. Call your mother. She has what you must know. I must go. She stood up and shook herself, casting a bewildered look between Brant and me. I blinked, confused, afraid. What does that mean? Leave? Why? Why do I have to go? Why should I call my mother? She swallowed. She knows things you have not seen, have not accepted. It is not my place to tell you, but she knows why. She's known everything, all this time. She knows what went wrong. Goodbye, Miss Brenna. And she left. I tried to go after her, but she ignored me mutely, got in her beat-up car, and with a sputter, drove off. I tried to call her. I tried to find her business, but she would not give me anything else. I called my mother. She sent me letters from time to time, emails, to make sure I was all right, to check in on Brant. We weren't close. We'd never been close. She always had her work, and overseas, she found a life she couldn't have in this country. I'd forgiven her a long time ago. The phone rang, and within a few seconds she picked up. Brenna? Are you all right? Why are you calling? It's late. Ah, yes. The time difference, I forgot. The sudden phone call mixed with the abruptness of the call must have startled her. I told her what had happened that day, awkwardly. I felt so foolish. I never told her about my day or my life, or the petty little things that bothered me. She was always too busy, her time too valuable for me to waste on my little problems. She remained silent as I finished and sucked in a breath. Brenna, dear, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She started crying. I've never heard my mother cry. Your father and I were so in love, and we desperately wanted children. We tried for years. We tried IVF. We tried fertility treatments. There was something wrong with me. I couldn't have children. Sweetheart, I desperately wanted to be a mother. I wanted to have my own child. I wanted to have a child that was a product of our love, and I was so selfish and stupid. She shuddered as she cried and talked. I prayed every night for a miracle. One night, I had a dream at a crossroad. There was just me and a well-dressed man. He told me he had heard of my difficulty and that he wanted to help, that I could help him too, and that there would be no price that I would have to pay. I agreed, Brenna. He was so nice and comforting. It was such a nice dream to be freely given the life I so desperately wanted. So I accepted. And then you were born, my miracle baby. You were perfect, with a crown of dark curls, and you couldn't stop smiling. Your father was even more enamored with you than I was, and begged me to stay home to raise you. So he stayed home and took care of you for your every need and want, and we were so happy. You remember? I nodded, holding back tears. My father was my whole world back then. He tried so hard to be a good father. Yes, mother. Then he got sick. At first he was just tired, then he started to lose weight, his hands started to shake, and he got so weak. One day he just collapsed and then couldn't get out of bed. The doctors couldn't figure out what happened. They couldn't figure out why he was so sick. His blood tests, his MRI, everything, normal. My heart stopped. I never heard this before. Why hadn't I thought to ask? When he passed, I was heartbroken and terrified that you might get sick too. That it was some fungus, amoeba, or genetic disease that hadn't been found yet, but you were the perfect spirit of health. I didn't take his death well, and I threw myself into work instead of being there for you, with you. I hired nannies to raise you in my stead, and for a while I was getting better. I was healing. I was going to cut back my hours when your first nanny got sick. I noticed her hands shaking, and she had been so tired lately. I was shocked, terrified, so I gave her some money to take some time off and moved us across the country for a job. I couldn't breathe. This couldn't be right. How did I not notice? Then the next nanny fell ill, and I did the same thing. Again and again, I gave them money and moved you until your last nanny, Maddie's little girl, got sick. She died, Brenna, just like your father, and I didn't want to see. Then you went to school, and everything was normal for a few years. You got depressed and started seeing your school counselor, and I thought we were finally past our line of bad luck. Then I got a letter in the mail from your school letting us know that Mr. Goldstein was taking a leave of absence for personal reasons. Again, I didn't think anything of it. Then the next letter came, telling me he'd passed. After that, I looked up your old nannies. Every last one had passed. Every person that you touched, really touched in your life, had died, and I had finally remembered that dream at the crossroads. The dream with the demon. I did not have to pay the price, but there was a price. He visited me once more, the suit disheveled, the dream a nightmare. He smirked at me, leered at me, and asked how my darling baby girl was doing. He thanked me for bringing one of his creatures into this world, a creature that wasn't fully whole, a creature that wasn't fully human. He told me that the price for your survival depended on you, taking it away from others. People are wary of you, Brenna, because you're a predator. They know you're dangerous, so they have walls up. If people let you in even a little, you just siphon off whatever makes them until they wither away to husks. Your father, your nannies, your fiancé. Those poor people let you into their lives and you've used them up. I live in another country, so I don't have to be around you. My letters come from a fake address. You've been my demon, my curse, my albatross to bear, and I'm so sorry I brought you into this world. Please, don't call me again." She hung up. I stared at the phone as my mind added her perspective to my limited one. This entire time I choose to view my story as the underdog, the weak protagonist, struggling against misfortune. I had not considered that I had control of my tale, that this entire time I had power. I am a monster. Setting the phone down, I stripped off my clothes and showered. I let myself mourn. I let it all out, and I prepared. Hair still dripping, I packed my laptop, some clothes, made arrangements for Brant, and flew several states away to try and sever the distance between us. The distance wasn't the issue, it was my hunger and my connection with him. That night, last night, I dreamed and found my answer. Many answers, all from a man in a pinstripe suit. I am so happy I packed my laptop. I am quite pleased this hotel has free Wi-Fi. I've discovered that my dreams do touch people. I am not oil in water, a repellent force. Instead, I knock people down like dominoes, one after the other, after the other. I am the architect. I can save Brant. I just needed you. Words are a clever invention. Really, they're a voice in your head. A waking dream, almost. My voice is inside your head. My story tucked behind your eyes. I'm inside you now. As we get older, we think that getting tired is the normal course of aging. We all take on too much sometimes, and being tired may be a sign to take a vacation. When you get tired, I highly recommend you take that vacation. Enjoy that peace and those memories. You won't have much time. I will not save you. I need it. I need so many things, reader. Most of all, I need Brant, and you're just a faceless being on the other side of the screen. I am a good parent. I have two. They are beautiful. One is an adventurous boy at the age of 4, yet respectful beyond his years. The other is an affectionate bundle of babbles with 6 months behind her. Together, they are the overflowing receptacle of love for my husband and me. We want to teach our children to be the best they can be in the world. We are the breeders of curiosity and intelligence. Some parents refuse to explain things to their children. They command them and expect them to adhere to their regulations without providing any justifications. Because I said so. Some don't want to elaborate on the happenings around them. It just is that way. Stop asking questions. Don't worry about it. I believe that those parents just don't want to think too hard. They're conditioning their offspring to be as ignorant of our realm as they are. But no, not us. All children should understand the world around them. We want them to question it, scrutinize it, struggle with it, and come to their own conclusions. Most adults really underestimate the capacity children have for comprehension. We know better than that. We are better than that. We have two, and we're going to make them magnificent. In the instance that our oldest inquires, "Mom, Dad, why are you throwing away the lasagna you made the other day?" we don't reply, because it is bad now. What would he learn from that? Of course he loves and trusts his parents and may accept that as a valid answer. But do we want him to follow us blindly forever? Absolutely not. He and his sister are to be our checks and balances when we age and potentially lose our open-minded focus. The elderly can be so stubborn, so instead we construct a clear observation box of Tupperware to keep the lasagna instead of throwing it away. After a few days, the leftovers spoil and the nasty remnants are left for him to investigate. Ew, so that is why you were throwing away the leftovers, because they were getting bad. Exactly. He is so smart. We are doing a fantastic job as parents. We have two, and they are going to be perfect. As most parents know, children are such curious creatures. There are not enough hours in the day to perform an experiment on every question our little boy has. Instead, we will usually lead him onto a path of critical thinking. When he asks why, we query back, "Why do you think it would be like that?" He'll ponder and fumble his way onto a few conclusions. Usually, he'll need some boosts into the right direction. One night, he called for us from his bed as I was tucking in our littlest lady. "Mom, Dad, I heard something in my closet. What was that?" My husband chuckles as we come to his aid. "Well, kid, what do you think it was?" "I think it was a monster or a ghost coming to take me away." "Where have you seen one of those before? Have you heard about them on the news?" Well, no, just stories from the other kids, but I never saw them. Our little one considered other possibilities. Maybe it was an animal? That was much more plausible than a supernatural being. He's on the right track. I chimed in on this investigation. Honey, we are in safe place here, right? My little detective agreed. Why don't we check to see what it was? Nervous, he slid out of the covers and padded over to the closet door. It was a sliding door, and inside we keep his clothes up top and a small table with art supplies at the floor. There was a cup of crayons that must have been seated too far on the edge of the table, and the gravity finally got to them. There was a rainbow of wax sticks sprawled on the floor, leaving light marks on the white door. As assumed, our brilliant mini-man came to this conclusion all on his own. He would pave the way for his sister. We have two, and they're essentially already brilliant. On a different occasion, he asked, "Why do I have these bumps on my arm sometimes?" We led him to deduct the situation around the occurrences. Well, I am usually sitting still, and I am cold. But why does my body do that? Since we can't read our DNA instructions within our home, we resorted to research. He cannot yet perform an intricate Google search, so we'll be his typing fingers. We discover, in this instance of cooling temperatures, that our bodies are raising goosebumps in order to create insulation. It is working to make us warmer. Happy with his answer, he went on his way. Such a good child. We have two, and they're on their way to being great. Other times, such extensive questioning just isn't a viable option. Some sunny day, my husband and I tarried along our children to the local park. I was cradling my youngest when our boy walked to us, fiddling with his fingers. There is this woman watching me a lot, and I don't know why. We surveyed the park around us, but did not see any woman staring at him. Maybe it was another parent that didn't trust other children around theirs, and thus watched our boy frolic around her babe. It was a full grounds on this beautiful day, but it was obvious that our boy was unnerved. We asked him if he felt safe enough to investigate. He said no. Proud of his deduction, we let him know that we were glad that he could recognize when he felt uncomfortable and to come to us for support. We left the park, explaining to him that sometimes you cannot investigate if it is not safe, but gave him our deductions to try to ease his mind. He wasn't happy with this answer, so we advised him about some scientists. They don't always have all of the information that they need, so they can't finish their research. Every so often, one just has to move on to the next excursion without a real answer. We have two, and they're going to be revolutionary. My daughter had a fever the other night. I cradled her as she sweat. My son asked why his dearest sister wasn't feeling too well. I told him we weren't sure, but the doctor said that it would pass. He was visibly upset. As an older brother, it pained him to see his sister in any sort of discomfort. I placed her in her crib with a fan on, and left her brother there to stroke her budding hair across her forehead. I just want to know why your head hurts, little sister, and I want to make it better. We have two, and they are loving creatures. I tried to distract myself with television, as my husband was away on a business trip, but I managed to zone out into a nap. Later, I awoke and left the room to check on my daughter and to see what my son was getting into. On my way, I noticed his father's toolbox was open and on the floor. Meticulous of a man he was, it was odd to see the box open and a couple of implements missing. I became irritated at my husband, as I know that I did not leave this array here. I went into the youngest one's nursery. There, her brother had investigated as to why his sweet little sister had such a fever. He was in the crib with her. He had the screwdrivers. It was a mess. He is the reason that I have one. Mom, I'm trying to look and see why sister's head hurts. I still haven't found any boo-boos in her. It is okay. I am a good parent. I remedied the situation, because now I have none. The crying baby in the forest. It's strange, the things you remember. The texture of a particular moment, the smell of the air, the sound of something distant. For me, it's always been the sound, that faint, distant sound of a baby crying. I'd just come out of a particularly rough patch. My marriage had dissolved into shards of bitterness and regret. My career had plateaued, and I was haunted by a sense of failure I couldn't quite shake. So, When my friend Matt suggested a weekend hike to clear my head, I reluctantly agreed. The forest was supposed to be restorative, a retreat from the noise of life. Little did I know, it would mark the beginning of the most harrowing chapter of my existence. We picked a relatively isolated trail, one of those routes known only to locals and adventurous souls. Matt had found it on some obscure forum, and the promise of solitude appealed to me. The trail wound through dense woods, and the further we walked, the more the modern world seemed to fade. Cell service disappeared within the first hour, replaced by the hum of nature, chirping crickets, rustling leaves, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. We set up camp by a small clearing as twilight descended. The air was crisp, carrying the faint smell of pine and damp earth. We built a fire, cooked a simple meal, and talked. Well, Matt talked. I mostly nodded, my mind drifting between his words and the mesmerizing dance of the flames. That's when we first heard it. It was faint at first, barely audible over the crackle of the fire. A soft, plaintive cry that seemed to hang in the air like a fragile thread. Matt froze mid-sentence, his eyes narrowing as he tilted his head to listen. "Did you hear that?" he asked. I nodded. "Sounds like a baby." He laughed uneasily. "Out here? No way." But the sound persisted, growing louder and more distinct. It was unmistakably the cry of an infant, filled with a desperate urgency that sent chills down my spine. Against every instinct screaming at me to stay put, I stood up. "We should check it out," I said. Matt hesitated, his usual bravado tempered by unease. "You sure? Could be, I don't know, a wild animal or something." "Since when do wild animals sound like babies?" I shot back. "What if someone's in trouble?" Reluctantly, he agreed, and we grabbed our flashlights before venturing into the dark woods. The crying seemed to guide us, growing louder as we moved deeper into the forest. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches casting eerie shadows that danced in the beam of our lights. My heart pounded in my chest, a primal mix of fear and determination driving me forward. But something was off. No matter how far we walked, the sound always seemed just out of reach. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep the source hidden. And then, without warning, the crying stopped. We stood there in the oppressive silence, the only sound our own ragged breathing. Matt's flashlight flickered, casting brief bursts of light that only deepened the shadows around us. "Let's head back," he said, his voice trembling. Before I could respond, the silence was shattered by laughter. It started soft, almost playful, but quickly escalated into a cacophony that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. High-pitched and maniacal, it echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks in a maddening symphony. "What the hell is that?" Matt shouted. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat felt like it had closed up, my body frozen in place. And then, just as abruptly as it started, the laughter stopped. The forest was silent once more, but it was a silence that felt wrong, heavy, oppressive, and charged with an energy I couldn't explain. We turned back toward camp, our pace quickening with each step. The trail seemed longer than I remembered, the trees pressing in closer, their branches clawing at us like skeletal hands. When we finally stumbled into the clearing, the fire was out. The camp, our sanctuary, felt alien, as if we'd been gone for far longer than we'd realized. We didn't speak as we crawled into our tents, each of us retreating into the fragile illusion of safety they provided. But sleep didn't come. Not for me, anyway. I lay there staring at the nylon ceiling of my tent, every creak and rustle outside amplified in the suffocating darkness. And then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it again. The baby's cry. It was closer this time, impossibly close, as if it were right outside the tent. My blood ran cold as I listened, every instinct screaming at me to stay inside. But then I heard Matt unzip his tent. "Matt, don't!" I hissed. He didn't respond. I heard his footsteps crunch on the forest floor, moving toward the sound. Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I unzipped my own tent and stepped outside. The night was unnaturally still, the air thick with an unspoken threat. Matt's flashlight beam bobbed in the distance as he moved deeper into the woods. "Matt!" I called, my voice trembling. "Come back!" But he didn't stop. He didn't even turn around. It was as if he were in a trance, drawn toward the crying like a moth to a flame. And then, just as he disappeared from view, the crying stopped again. What followed was the most excruciating silence I've ever endured. Minutes felt like hours as I stood there, my flashlight beam cutting through the dark, searching for any sign of him. And then, the laughter returned. It was deafening, a chaotic symphony of voices that seemed to mock me, to taunt me for my helplessness. I dropped my flashlight in panic, the beam spinning wildly as it hit the ground. In its erratic light, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. Eyes, dozens of them, glowing in the darkness, staring at me from the shadows. They were unblinking, inhuman, and filled with a malice I can't begin to describe. And then, just as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished. I don't remember running back to my tent, but I must have. The next thing I knew, I was huddled inside, clutching my knees to my chest as the laughter faded into the night. When dawn finally broke, I emerged to find Matt's tent empty. He was gone. I spent the entire day searching for him, retracing our steps, calling his name until my throat was raw. But it was as if he'd vanished into thin air. The forest, once a place of solace, had become a labyrinth of nightmares, each shadow concealing unspeakable horrors. When I finally made it back to civilization, the authorities were skeptical. They organized a search party, but no trace of Matt was ever found. I told them about the crying, the laughter, the eyes in the dark, but they dismissed it as the ramblings of a man traumatized by his friend's disappearance. I've tried to move on, but the forest won't let me. Every night, I hear the crying. It's faint at first, barely audible, but it grows louder with each passing minute. And no matter where I am, it always seems to come from just outside my window. I haven't slept in months. I'm afraid to. Because I know that one day the crying won't stop. One day, it will lead me back to the forest. And this time I don't think I'll make it out. But perhaps the most chilling part of all is the ending twist I've been too afraid to admit. In my dreams, the rare ones I do have, I see Matt. He's always smiling, standing at the edge of the forest, and in his arms, he's holding a baby. The inheritance. The first night I heard them move, I convinced myself it was the house settling. Old Victorian homes make all sorts of noises after all. But the second night, when the whispers started, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. Let me back up. My Aunt Margaret died 3 weeks ago, leaving me her sprawling estate in western Massachusetts. I'd always been her favorite niece, though favorite might be too gentle a word. More accurately, I was the only family member who tolerated her peculiarities long enough to maintain a relationship. The others had written her off years ago as insane, and maybe they were right. The inheritance came with conditions spelled out in painful detail through 17 pages of legal documentation. Most of it was standard stuff. Maintain the property, pay the taxes, don't sell for at least 5 years. But then there was the matter of the dolls. Aunt Margaret's collection filled an entire room on the 3rd floor. 47 antique porcelain dolls, each one handcrafted in the late 1800s, arranged meticulously on custom-built shelves. The will stipulated that I must acknowledge and converse with each doll daily, ensuring they never spend more than 24 hours in silence. I remember laughing when the lawyer read that part. "She can't be serious," I said, but Mr. Harrison's expression remained grave. "Your aunt was very specific about this condition, Ms. Chen. Failure to comply will result in immediate forfeiture of the estate." I signed the papers. What else could I do? The house was worth millions, and my teaching salary barely covered rent in Boston. Besides, how hard could it be to talk to some dolls for a few minutes each day? The first week went fine. I felt ridiculous, but I'd stop by the doll room each morning before work, offering a cheerful, "Good morning, everyone." Sometimes I'd comment on the weather or share gossip from the faculty lounge. The dolls sat silent in their perfectly pressed Victorian dresses, their painted faces frozen in eerily lifelike expressions. I tried not to look too closely at their eyes. Then came last Tuesday. I had a faculty meeting that ran late, followed by dinner with colleagues. By the time I got home, it was past midnight. I was exhausted, slightly drunk, and the thought of climbing 2 flights of stairs to talk to dolls seemed absurd. "They'll survive one night of silence," I muttered, heading straight to bed. That's when everything changed. The scratching started around 3 a.m., a light, skittering sound like tiny fingernails dragging across hardwood floors. I pulled my pillow over my head, trying to block it out. But then came the whispers, so faint I could almost convince myself I was imagining them. "She forgot us. Ungrateful child. We must teach her the way Margaret taught us." I lay perfectly still, my heart hammering against my ribs. The voices seemed to be coming from the hallway, getting closer. I wanted to get up and lock my bedroom door, but terror had paralyzed me. All I could do was watch as my doorknob slowly began to turn. The door creaked open, revealing only darkness. Then, at ankle height, I saw them, tiny shadows moving across my floor, accompanied by the soft click of porcelain against wood. I squeezed my eyes shut, remembering how I used to hide from monsters as a child. But these weren't imaginary beasts under my bed. These were real, and they were getting closer. Something cold touched my hand, which had been dangling over the edge of the mattress. I yanked it back with a strangled scream, finally breaking free of my paralysis. I lunged for the bedside lamp, flooding the room with light. They froze in place, 12 of the dolls arranged in a semicircle around my bed. Their postures were identical to how they'd been displayed upstairs, but their heads were tilted at impossible angles, all staring directly at me. Their painted smiles seemed wider somehow, stretched into grotesque grins that cracked the porcelain of their cheeks. "We missed our conversation today, Elizabeth," said the largest doll, a Victorian beauty in a burgundy dress. Her lips didn't move, but I heard her voice clearly in my mind. It was like ice water trickling down my spine. Aunt Margaret never forgot, not once in 47 years. I scrambled backward until I hit the headboard. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "It won't happen again." "No," agreed another doll, this one a small boy in a sailor suit. "It won't." The lamp flickered and went out. What happened next exists in my memory as fragments, like a broken mirror reflecting nightmares. Cold, unyielding hands grabbing my ankles, the smell of ancient fabric and decay, porcelain fingers in my hair, dragging me from the bed. the sound of my own screams echoing through empty halls. I woke up in the doll room, propped in an antique chair with my arms and legs posed at unnatural angles. My joints ached as if I'd been holding the position for hours. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes that danced around the dolls, now all back in their proper places. Had it been a dream? The bruises on my ankles and the tiny scratches on my arms suggested otherwise. I stumbled to my feet, my muscles protesting every movement. "Good morning, everyone," I whispered, my voice shaking. "I hope you slept well." 47 painted faces stared back at me, their expressions unchanged. But now I noticed details I'd overlooked before, the slight variations in their poses, the way their hands seemed poised to reach, the hungry look in their glass eyes. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't missed a day since, but something fundamental has changed. The dolls aren't content with simple greetings anymore. They demand stories, secrets, confessions. Sometimes they ask questions, their voices echoing in my head until I answer. They're particularly interested in my students. "Tell us about the children," they whisper when I try to sleep. "We miss having children visit. Margaret used to bring them, before the accident." I've searched for information about my aunt's past, but the town records are suspiciously incomplete. The librarian, an elderly woman with cloudy eyes, just shook her head when I asked about accidents involving children. "Best not to dig up old graves, dear," she said, then covered her mouth as if she'd revealed too much. Last night I heard them discussing something new. They think I'm not ready yet, not properly prepared. They talked about the transition and becoming one of us. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror this morning and froze. My skin seemed paler, smoother, almost like... No, I'm being paranoid. But I can't deny that my joints have been getting stiffer, or that my movements sometimes feel mechanical, as if invisible strings were guiding my limbs. And yesterday, a student asked why I hadn't blinked during our entire conversation. I should run, pack a bag and leave this cursed house behind, but I know they'd follow me. They follow me everywhere now, their whispers a constant companion. Sometimes I see them from the corner of my eye, at school, at the grocery store, in my car, always watching, always smiling those cracked porcelain smiles. Besides, the will was clear about leaving them alone, and now I understand why. They're so lonely, you see. They just want someone to play with, forever. And they've chosen me. I'm writing this as a warning, though I doubt anyone will believe it. If you inherit something unusual, read the conditions carefully. Some rules exist for a reason. Some gifts come with prices too steep to imagine. It's time for our afternoon chat. They're getting impatient. I can hear them shuffling upstairs, calling my name. My joints crack like porcelain as I stand, and I catch another glimpse of my reflection. For a moment, I could swear my eyes looked like glass. But that's impossible, isn't it? Isn't it? The following was found scrawled on the back of the previous pages in increasingly erratic handwriting. Day 23. The changes are accelerating. My skin feels different, harder, smoother. The hunger for food has been replaced by a different kind of hunger. I understand now why they wanted to know about the children. Day 24. They've started teaching me how to move properly, how to be still for hours, days, weeks, how to wait patiently until someone comes close enough to touch. My bones are hollow now. I can hear them clicking when I walk. Day 25. Margaret didn't die. She's still here. She's the one in the burgundy dress. She's been here since 1887, waiting, teaching, collecting. Soon I'll join them on the shelf, and we'll wait together for the next inheritor. Day 26. Can't write much longer. Fingers turning stiff. Hard to hold pen, but I need to finish this warning. Need to explain about the children, about why we need them, about the hunger that never stops, about the sound their screams make when they realize we're not just ordinary dolls, about how sweet their fear tastes as we... The handwriting becomes illegible here, deteriorating into scattered marks that look suspiciously like tiny footprints. Final note. If you're reading this, you've probably already inherited the house. And if you're reading this, it's already too late. We've been watching you since you arrived. You just haven't noticed us yet. Don't bother running. Don't bother screaming. Just remember to talk to us every day. And whatever you do, don't look too closely at your reflection. We wouldn't want you to see yourself changing too soon. Welcome to the family. The following newspaper clipping was found attached to the final page. Local teacher missing. Police baffled. Boston area elementary school teacher Elizabeth Chen, 29, was reported missing yesterday after failing to appear for work for the third consecutive day. Chen had recently inherited her aunt's estate in western Massachusetts and had been commuting to Boston for work. Police investigating the property found no signs of forced entry or struggle. The only unusual detail noted was that one of the aunt's antique dolls appeared to have been added to the collection recently. Detective James Morrison described it as remarkably lifelike, almost as if it had been modeled after a real person. The investigation is ongoing. Anyone with information about Ms. Chen's whereabouts is urged to contact local authorities. My roommate and the Cat in the Hat costume. It was the 1st of November, and he was still wearing it. Our party was on the 29th of October, and it was funny then. Hell, even on the 30th, it still made me laugh when I saw him occasionally creep out of his room to stock up on snacks from the kitchen. When I left the house for my 9 a.m. class on the 31st, and he was sitting in the kitchen with his Cat in the Hat costume still on, well, then I began to worry. John was quiet at the best of times, not too many friends, and I wasn't a stranger to sitting in silence at mealtimes. This was different, though. His unnerving smile was all I could really see of his face beneath the prosthetics and makeup. It didn't help that it was shitty homemade costume either. Visible stitching and discolored tufts of fur made it all the creepier. Our other flatmate had dropped out at the start of the semester, so it was just John and I for a long time. He wasn't an inherently weird guy before this either. Quiet, yes, but friendly enough. "Don't you have classes to go to?" I asked as I left for work on the 2nd. He silently shook his head, not looking up from the book he was reading. "Starting to get real fucking creepy round here, man," I muttered loud enough for him to hear as I shut the door behind me. "I like it," I heard John bark with venom from the driveway. It was the night of the 3rd, when I finally cracked and phoned his sister. The white patches of the suit were beginning to yellow, and there was an awful stench permeating around the house. She thought I was kidding at first, but after I explained in detail what had been going on the last few days, she went quiet. She assured me that he had been texting her regularly, as he usually did, but had never mentioned the costume. I'd known the guy for a little over a year by that point, but I really didn't know that much about him. His sister told me that he'd been obsessed with the Cat in the Hat movie after he'd seen it in the cinema when he was 8 or 9, but grew out of that phase pretty quickly. She assured me that she'd phone him and get to the bottom of whatever the hell was going on. It was the smell that woke me up. That's how pungent it was. "Don't meddle with my affairs," John said, standing in the doorway with a dim light behind him, which partially illuminated that fucking costume. "What the hell? Get out of here, you freak!" I shouted in a panicked daze. "Don't meddle with my affairs?" he said again, His tone was calm, but there was a definite aggression behind it. He lingered there for a few more seconds, a silent tension between us. It was one of the few times in my life I'd ever felt genuine terror as I gazed at that horrendous cat costume and my roommate beneath it. The next day in class, I was going through my options in my head. My other friends had recommended calling the cops, and that John was in need of some serious help. I didn't want to get him into some kind of trouble, though, maybe even sectioned. My choice was made for me when 2 police detectives pulled me out of the lecture. They sat me down in the cafeteria with stern looks upon their faces. My first thought was that John had killed himself. I don't know why, but that made the most sense to me. I was dead wrong. Why didn't you report that he was missing? Did you not find it odd for him not to come? One quizzed me. He isn't missing? He should be there right now, probably still wearing that stupid costume. A dog walker had discovered John's naked body in the bushes not far from my house. The police reckoned he'd been dead since the night of the 29th. They never found anyone in the house during their search, only that tattered costume which had been neatly folded on top of my bed. The vanishing camper. I'm not sure how to start this story. Even now it feels unreal, like something out of one of those campfire tales meant to spook kids. But it happened. I lived it. And every time I think about it, a cold shiver crawls up my spine like a spider's legs. Maybe writing it down will help. Maybe it won't. But at least you'll know what happened to us that weekend in the woods. It started innocently enough. My best friend, Jake, had been nagging me for weeks to join him and some of our old college buddies for a camping trip. One last hurrah, he'd called it, like we were still 21 and invincible. I wasn't keen on the idea. Since my wife, Sarah, passed away 2 years ago, I'd become something of a recluse. I worked, I ate, I slept. That was my life. But Jake was persistent, and I owed him. He'd been there for me when the grief threatened to swallow me whole, so I said yes. There were 5 of us in total: Jake, me, his younger brother Matt, our mutual friend Chris, and a guy named Tom who was Matt's co-worker. I didn't know Tom well, but he seemed nice enough, a bit quiet maybe, but friendly. We piled into Jake's beat-up SUV on a crisp Friday morning, the air sharp with the promise of fall. Our destination was Pine Hollow, a dense forest reserve about 3 hours' drive from the city. Jake said he'd been there before and assured us it was perfect for camping, remote, peaceful, and picturesque. The drive up was uneventful. We laughed, shared old stories, and teased each other mercilessly, the way only old friends can. By the time we reached the trailhead, the sun was dipping low, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. We loaded up our gear and hiked about 2 miles into the woods until we found a clearing near a small, still lake. It was beautiful. The kind of place that made you forget, for a moment, that the world could be cruel. We set up camp quickly. 2 tents, a ring of stones for a fire pit, and a rope strung between 2 trees to hang our food and keep it away from curious animals. By the time the fire was roaring, darkness had fallen. We sat around the flames, drinking cheap beer and roasting marshmallows, the flickering light casting long shadows across our faces. It felt good, normal even. For the first time in years, I felt a glimmer of peace. Then Tom told his story. It started as a joke. We'd been swapping ghost stories, each trying to outdo the last. But Tom's tale was different. He spoke quietly, almost reluctantly, his eyes darting to the shadows just beyond the firelight. "Have you ever heard of the Pine Hollow Vanisher?" he asked. We hadn't. He told us about a man, or something that looked like a man, who supposedly haunted these woods. According to local legend, campers would go missing without a trace. No bodies, no belongings, nothing, just gone. Some said the vanisher lured people away with strange sounds or lights, leading them deeper into the forest. Others claimed he appeared in their dreams, beckoning them to follow. Tom's voice dropped lower. The weirdest part? Sometimes the missing people would show up in photos taken after they disappeared, always in the background smiling. We laughed it off, of course. Just another campfire story. But as the night wore on and the forest grew quieter, the tale stuck with me. It wasn't just the story itself, it was the way Tom told it, like he wasn't sure if he believed it, but didn't want to tempt fate. The first night passed without incident. I woke to the sound of birds chirping and the smell of bacon sizzling over the fire. Jake was in his element, flipping pancakes on a portable griddle, while Matt and Chris argued over the best way to rig a fishing line. Tom was off to the side, sketching something in a notebook. He looked distant, like his mind was elsewhere. "What are you drawing?" I asked, taking a seat next to him. He hesitated before showing me. It was a rough sketch of a man, or what might have been a man. His features were indistinct, smudged, and shadowy, but his smile was sharp and unmistakable, almost too wide for his face. "Just messing around," Tom said, closing the notebook quickly. I let it go. We spent the day hiking, fishing, and exploring the area. The forest was beautiful, but it had a way of making you feel small. The trees were impossibly tall, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air was cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. It was easy to get turned around if you strayed from the path, and the deeper we went, the quieter it became. No birds, no insects, just the sound of our footsteps crunching on the forest floor. By the time we returned to camp, the sun was setting again. We cooked dinner, shared more stories, and settled in for another night around the fire. But something felt different. The mood was heavier, the laughter more forced. Even the fire seemed dimmer, its light barely reaching the edges of our camp. It was Chris who noticed it first. "Where's Tom?" he asked, looking around. We all turned, realizing at the same time that he was gone. His backpack was still by the tent, his sketchbook lying open on a log, but there was no sign of him. "He probably went to take a leak," Jake said, though his voice lacked conviction. We waited. 5 minutes, 10, 15. Still no Tom. Jake grabbed a flashlight and we fanned out to search for him, calling his name. The forest swallowed our voices, the darkness pressing in on us like a living thing. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. After an hour, we regrouped at the camp. Jake wanted to keep searching, but Matt pointed out that we could easily get lost ourselves if we weren't careful. We agreed to wait until morning, hoping, praying, that Tom would come back on his own. He didn't. The next day was a blur of frantic searching and growing dread. We combed the forest for hours, shouting his name until our throats were raw. We found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign that he'd ever been there at all. By evening, we were forced to admit the truth. Tom was gone. We decided to pack up and head back to the trailhead to get help. But as we were breaking down camp, I noticed something by the fire pit. It was Tom's backpack, neatly placed on the ground. That wouldn't have been strange, except we'd already searched the area. The backpack hadn't been there before. Inside we found his sketchbook, a water bottle, and a single Polaroid photo. My hands trembled as I pulled it out. It was a picture of us, taken the first night, sitting around the fire. But there was someone else in the photo. Standing in the background, just beyond the circle of light, was a man. His features were blurry, his form indistinct, but his smile was sharp and unmistakable. We left the forest that night, leaving behind the tents, the gear, everything. The police organized a search, but they never found Tom. Officially, he's still listed as missing. Unofficially, I know the truth. I still have the photo. Sometimes late at night, I take it out and stare at it, trying to make sense of what happened. And every time I notice something new. The man in the background is closer now, his smile wider, his eyes brighter. I don't know what he is. I don't know what he wants. But I know one thing for certain. He's coming for me. The mirror call. There are things in this world that defy explanation. As a sheriff's deputy in rural Montana, I've seen my fair share of strange occurrences. Unexplained lights in the mountains, livestock mutilations that made even veteran ranchers queasy, and the occasional missing person case that just didn't add up. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened during my graveyard shift last October. It was just past 2 a.m. when the call came in. The night was unusually still, with a heavy blanket of fog hugging the ground and temperatures hovering just above freezing. I'd been parked on the side of Old Mill Road, catching up on paperwork and drinking coffee that had long since gone cold when dispatch crackled to life. Unit 47, we've got a 1091V at 1879 Stillwater Lane. Elderly female resident reporting a possible intruder. I keyed my radio. Copy that. En route. A 1091V meant a suspicious person or vehicle, but something in dispatch's tone made me uneasy. Susan, our night dispatcher for the past 15 years, usually maintained a matter-of-fact demeanor. Tonight, there was an edge to her voice I'd never heard before. Be advised, she added after a pause. Caller is unusually distressed. Claims someone is in her mirror. I frowned. Come again? Caller states there's someone in her bedroom mirror mimicking her movements, but with a delay. She's requesting immediate assistance. I threw the cruiser into drive, flipping on my lights, but leaving the siren off. Stillwater Lane was out in the sticks, a good 20 minutes from my location. The fog seemed to thicken as I drove, swallowing my headlights and creating the unsettling illusion that the road itself was disappearing beneath my tires. Can you give me any additional details? I asked, trying to piece together what I might be walking into. Elderly resident, possible confusion or dementia, maybe prescription medications. Caller identified herself as Margaret Aldrich, age 76, lives alone since her husband passed last spring. No prior calls to this address, no history of mental health issues or substance abuse. She's remarkably lucid, deputy. Says she first noticed something was off about 3 hours ago when she got up to use the bathroom. Claims her reflections movements were delayed by maybe half a second. Says it's gotten progressively worse. I accelerated slightly, the cruiser's engine growling as we climbed into the foothills. Is she secure? Affirmative. She's locked herself in the bedroom. Says she's sitting completely still in front of her vanity mirror. Susan hesitated again. She says she's afraid to move because her reflection isn't stopping when she does anymore. A chill that had nothing to do with the October air crept down my spine. I dealt with plenty of mental health calls over the years, but something about this one felt different. The specificity of the complaint, the caller's reported lucidity, Susan's obvious unease, it all added up to something that didn't quite fit the usual patterns. The fog parted briefly as I turned onto Stillwater Lane, revealing a nearly full moon hanging low and bloated in the sky. The street was a long dirt road, lined with ancient cottonwoods, their bare branches reaching toward each other like skeletal fingers. 1879 turned out to be the last house on the left, a well-maintained Victorian sitting alone on a small hill. A single light burned in an upstairs window. I radioed my arrival to dispatch and approached the front door, my boots crunching on frost-covered leaves. A security camera mounted above the entrance tracked my movement, its red LED blinking steadily. The porch light clicked on automatically as I climbed the steps. The door was locked, but Margaret had told dispatch where to find the spare key, under a fake rock next to the hydrangea bushes. Inside, the house was silent, except for the soft tick of an antique grandfather clock in the foyer. The air smelled of lavender and furniture polish, with an underlying mustiness common to older homes. "Mrs. Aldrich?" I called out, one hand resting on my holstered weapon. "This is Deputy Hayes with the Sheriff's Department. I'm coming upstairs." No response. The staircase creaked under my weight, despite my attempts to move quietly. Family photos lined the wall. Margaret and who I assumed was her late husband in younger days, children, grandchildren, all smiling out from behind dusty glass. At the top of the stairs, only one door was closed. Warm light spilled out from underneath. I knocked softly. "Mrs. Aldrich? Are you all right?" "Please come in, Deputy." The voice was thin, but steady. I'm afraid to take my eyes off it. I turned the handle slowly, announcing my movements. "I'm opening the door now, ma'am." The bedroom was large but cluttered, dominated by a massive four-poster bed with heavy burgundy curtains. Margaret Aldrich sat ramrod straight on a small stool in front of an ornate vanity mirror, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, wearing a pale blue nightgown. She didn't turn to look at me. "Thank God you're here," she whispered. "Watch carefully. Don't make any sudden movements." I approached cautiously, scanning the room for any signs of an intruder. Nothing seemed out of place. The windows were locked, the curtains drawn. As I drew closer to Margaret, I could see her reflection in the mirror, an exact duplicate, down to the slight tremor in her clasped hands. "Ma'am, can you tell me what's been happening?" "It started small," she said, her eyes never leaving the mirror. So small I thought I was imagining it. Just the tiniest lag when I would move, like watching a video feed with poor reception. But it got worse. The delay kept growing. And now, she swallowed hard. Now it's not stopping when I do. I studied the mirror carefully. It looked antique, with an elaborate silver frame covered in twisting vines and what appeared to be faces worked into the metalwork. Margaret's reflection stared back, perfectly mimicking her position. "I don't see any," I started to say, but Margaret cut me off. "Wait, watch. I'm going to raise my right hand very slowly. Keep your eyes on the mirror." She lifted her hand with agonizing slowness. Her reflection did the same. Then Margaret stopped. Her reflection didn't. The hand in the mirror continued rising for exactly 3 seconds after Margaret had gone still. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I blinked hard, convinced I was seeing things. But when I opened my eyes, the reality was even worse. Margaret's reflection was smiling. She wasn't. "Jesus Christ," I breathed, instinctively reaching for my weapon. "Don't!" Margaret's voice was sharp with fear. "Any sudden movements make it worse. The more agitated you become, the more it deviates." I forced myself to remain calm, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. "How long has it been acting independently?" "About an hour. At first it was just the delay. Then it started making tiny changes. A finger twitch here, a slight head tilt there. Things I couldn't be completely sure about. But now, she drew in a shaky breath. Now it's definitely doing things I'm not. And its face is wrong. I could see what she meant. While Margaret's expression was one of barely contained terror, her reflection's smile had grown wider, too wide. The eyes in the mirror had a gleam that didn't match the flat overhead lighting of the bedroom. "Mrs. Aldrich, I'm going to call for backup, and then we're going to get you out of here." I reached for my radio, keeping my eyes locked on the mirror. The reflection's head tilted slightly, though Margaret hadn't moved a muscle. Its smile widened further, revealing too many teeth. "Dispatch, this is Unit 47. I'm going to need additional units at 1879 Stillwater Lane, and maybe contact Father Morrison at St. Augustine's." "Copy that," Susan replied. "What exactly are we dealing with, Deputy?" I watched in horror as the reflection's eyes began to bleed, dark liquid welling up and spilling down its cheeks, while it maintained that impossible grin. I'm not entirely sure. Just tell them to hurry." "They're saying something," Margaret whispered. "Can you hear it?" I strained my ears. At first there was nothing but the eternal ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs. Then I heard it. A sound like radio static, but forming patterns. Words, almost, but in no language I recognized. The reflection's mouth was moving now, completely independent of Margaret. Its teeth looked sharper than they had a moment ago. The bleeding eyes never blinked. "Mrs. Aldrich, we need to leave. Now. Whatever this is, we can deal with it better if you're safe." She shook her head slightly. "I tried that earlier. It didn't like that." "What happened?" "I made it to the doorway, but when I looked back it was climbing out of the frame." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, climbing out?" "Just what I said. It pulled itself up to the edge of the mirror, like there was water behind the glass, and started pushing through. That's when I sat back down, and it settled." The static voice was getting louder. The reflection's movements were becoming more pronounced, its head rotating at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. The blood from its eyes had reached its chin, dripping onto the nightgown that was now a deep crimson in the mirror, though Margaret's real nightgown remained pale blue. "Unit 47, backup is en route. ETA 15 minutes. Father Morrison has been contacted." 15 minutes. We had to last 15 minutes with this thing. I tried to think rationally, to fall back on my training, but nothing in the academy had covered anything like this. The reflection was fully animated now, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by unseen strings. "The mirror," I said suddenly. "Where did it come from?" Margaret's voice quavered. "It was Herbert's, my husband's. Been in his family for generations. They brought it over from the old country sometime in the 1800s. He always said it was special, that it had properties. I thought he was just being superstitious." "Did he ever mention anything specific? Any rules about using it or times when it acted strangely?" He said never to look into it too long after midnight, and never to let it see you cry. I didn't understand what he meant. How can a mirror see anything? But now, the static suddenly resolved into words, horrible, guttural sounds that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The reflection's face was barely human now, the skin rippling and bubbling like hot wax. Its hands were pressed against the glass from the other side, the fingers elongated and jointed in impossible ways. "Margaret," it said, in a voice like grinding glass. "Margaret, Margaret, Margaret." She began to tremble. It's never said my name before. The hands were pushing harder now, and I swear I could see the glass beginning to bulge outward. The frame was vibrating, the silver tarnishing before our eyes, those decorative faces in the metalwork beginning to contort in agony. "Backup's still 10 minutes out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mrs. Aldrich, I need you to listen to me very carefully. When I give the word, I want you to close your eyes and run for the door. Don't look back no matter what you hear. I'll be right behind you." "You don't understand," she whispered. "It's not just in this mirror anymore. Look." I followed her gaze to the windows. In the darkness beyond the glass, I could see our reflections. Both of them were standing, though we remained seated. Both of them were smiling that terrible smile. "Every reflective surface," Margaret continued. "It's spreading, like an infection." She was right. I could see distorted versions of us in the brass doorknob, the silver picture frames on the wall, even the face of my wristwatch. None of the reflections matched our positions anymore. All of them were moving, twitching, reaching. The static voice was coming from everywhere now, a deafening chorus of inhuman sounds. The temperature in the room had dropped so low I could see our breath, but the air felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. "Margaret," the thing in the vanity mirror said again, its voice clearer now. "We've missed you. Herbert sends his regards." At the mention of her late husband's name, Margaret let out a small sob. Immediately, every reflection snapped its head toward her, their smiles growing impossibly wider. "You're crying," they said in unison. "He told you never to let us see you cry." The glass of the vanity mirror began to crack, spiderweb patterns spreading from where the thing's hands pressed against it. Dark liquid began to seep through the fissures, but it wasn't reflecting anything in the room. It was coming from whatever was on the other side. "Unit 47, update your status," Susan's voice crackled from my radio. Before I could respond, every reflection spoke at once. "Unit 47, update your status." The sound was like a physical blow. Margaret screamed, breaking her paralysis at last. She lurched to her feet, and all hell broke loose. The vanity mirror shattered explosively, sending shards of glass flying across the room. But instead of falling, the pieces hung suspended in the air, each one containing a different version of the thing's face, all of them laughing. Dark liquid poured from the empty frame like a waterfall, but it flowed upward, defying gravity, forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Margaret's arm and yanking her toward the door. Every reflective surface we passed erupted with movement, hands reaching out, faces pressing against the glass, that horrible laughter echoing from everywhere at once. We made it to the hallway, but the photos on the wall had changed. Every smiling family portrait now showed the same twisted figure, multiplied dozens of times, all of them tracking our movement. The glass of each frame began to crack. Margaret stumbled on the stairs, and I barely caught her before she fell. Behind us, I heard the sound of breaking glass, followed by the wet slapping of something moving across the floor. I didn't look back. We hit the ground floor running. The grandfather clock in the foyer struck midnight, though my watch showed 3:27 a.m. With each chime, another mirror or window would shatter, adding more fragments to the swirling vortex of glass and darkness that was pursuing us. The thing's laughter had become deafening, drowning out everything except the sound of our own panicked breathing. We burst out the front door just as red and blue lights appeared at the end of the driveway. Backup had arrived, but as I looked at the cruiser's windshield, I could see the thing's reflection waiting inside, waving at us with those long, wrong fingers. "Stay in the vehicles," I shouted into my radio. "Don't look at any reflective surfaces." The cavalry had arrived in the form of 3 deputies and Father Morrison, the latter still wearing his pajamas under his coat. They took in our terrified expressions, then looked past us to the house. Every window was now illuminated from within by an otherworldly light that seemed to absorb darkness rather than dispel it. Father Morrison stepped forward, clutching his Bible and rosary. "How long has it been manifesting?" "About 4 hours," Margaret managed to gasp out. "It started in Herbert's mirror, but now it's everywhere. It wants something." "Yes," the priest said grimly. "It always does." He explained quickly that he'd encountered something similar before, though never this powerful. The mirror, it seemed, was a gateway of sorts, not just a reflection of our world, but a window into something else. Something that had been watching us through every mirror, every pane of glass, every still pool of water, since the beginning of time. Usually the boundary between our world and theirs was solid, impassable, but certain objects like Herbert's mirror could wear thin spots in that barrier. And if you looked too long into such places, especially during the hours when the boundary was naturally weaker, like midnight, they started looking back. And if they saw you cry, it meant you were vulnerable. A crack in your armor that matched the crack in reality, giving them purchase, a way to begin pushing through. What followed was the longest night of my life. Father Morrison performed an exorcism that shook the foundations of reality itself. Standing on Margaret's front lawn, he began reciting prayers in Latin, his voice growing stronger with each word, despite the otherworldly screams that erupted from every reflective surface around us. The thing didn't go quietly. The windows of our patrol cars shattered simultaneously, raining glass that hung suspended in the air like deadly wind chimes. Each shard contained a different fragment of that terrible face, all of them screaming, laughing, crying blood that flowed upward against gravity. The very air felt wrong, like we were breathing syrup, and colors began to blur and shift in ways that made my head hurt. Margaret collapsed to her knees, covering her ears against the cacophony of voices, some calling her name, some speaking in tongues, others making sounds that human vocal cords couldn't possibly produce. One voice, deeper than the others, sounded disturbingly like her late husband Herbert. "Don't listen," I shouted, though my voice seemed to be swallowed by the chaos around us. "It's trying to trick you." The security camera above the front door exploded in a shower of sparks, its screen cracking to reveal dozens of tiny versions of the entity, all pressing against the glass from inside the digital display. Every phone in our pockets began to vibrate, screens lighting up with missed calls from numbers that were just strings of zeros. Father Morrison's prayers reached a crescendo, his rosary beads clicking together with supernatural speed. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost formed on the grass around our feet, spreading outward in patterns that looked unsettlingly like handprints. The fog that had blanketed the area all night began to coalesce into shapes, tall, spindly figures that lurched and twisted at the edges of our vision. Then Margaret screamed, a sound of pure anguish that cut through everything else. I turned to see her staring at her house, where every window now showed the same image. Herbert, as he must have looked in life, pressing his hands against the glass. But his face was wrong, stretched into that same impossible smile we'd seen in the mirror. "He's been with us all along, Margaret," the thing said, using Herbert's voice, but distorting it. making it echo and overlap with itself until it became a chorus of horror. Looking through every mirror, every window, every photograph, waiting, watching, wanting to bring you over to our side. "That's not Herbert," Father Morrison declared, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to make the very air vibrate. "Your tricks won't work here, deceiver. You have no power over the truth of her love, the reality of her memories." The thing laughed, a sound like breaking glass mixed with radio static, and suddenly every reflective surface in sight filled with images from Margaret's life with Herbert. Their wedding day, family picnics, Christmas mornings, but all twisted, wrong. In each image, Herbert's face was slightly too wide, his smile too sharp, his eyes reflecting light like a cat's. "Are you sure?" the entity taunted. "Are you sure you remember things as they really were, Margaret? Look closely. We've been here all along, in every reflection, in every captured moment. Reality is so fluid, after all, so easy to reshape, to rewrite, to reimagine." I could see Margaret's resolve weakening, confusion and horror warring on her face as she stared at the corrupted images of her life. The thing was trying to make her doubt everything, to break down her understanding of reality itself. And it was working. That's when I had an idea. "The surveillance footage," I said suddenly, grabbing Margaret's shoulders. "The security camera caught everything that happened tonight, before it was corrupted. Real footage, digital recordings that show the truth." Father Morrison caught on immediately. "Yes, physical proof of the division between reality and reflection. Evidence that cannot be twisted or denied." The thing's laughter faltered for the first time. In every broken window, every shard of glass, its faces flickered like bad television reception. "Show us," Margaret demanded, her voice finding new strength. "Show us the footage from when the deputy arrived. Show us what really happened." I pulled out my phone, ignoring the screen that now showed an endless tunnel of laughing mouths, and accessed the house's security system through our department's emergency protocols. The footage was there, uncorrupted, showing exactly what had happened. Margaret sitting still while her reflection continued to move, proving beyond any doubt that the entity was separate from reality, that it had no claim on her memories or her life. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Every twisted image of Herbert vanished, replaced by the thing's true form, or at least what little of it our minds could comprehend. It was like looking at a tear in the fabric of reality, a wound in the world that leaked darkness and chaos. Father Morrison seized the moment, his prayers reaching a fever pitch. The rosary in his hands began to glow with a soft, warm light that seemed to push back the unnatural shadows. The suspended glass shards started to vibrate, each one emitting a high-pitched tone that combined into a deafening shriek. Margaret stood up, tears streaming down her face, but these were different tears, tears of relief and understanding rather than fear and doubt. "You never had him," she said firmly. "You never had any of us. You're nothing but a reflection, a distortion, a lie." The thing screamed in 1,000 voices, its form becoming more fractured and unstable with each passing second. The glass shards began to fall, no longer under its control. The darkness pouring from the windows started to retreat, sucked back into whatever dimensional rift it had emerged from. In the vanity mirror upstairs, the origin point of this nightmare, there was a sound like a vacuum seal being broken. A final, massive surge of dark energy erupted from the house, and then silence. The fog dissipated, the frost melted. The broken glass lay inert on the ground, reflecting nothing but the normal, natural world. Father Morrison collapsed to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. The other deputies, who had maintained a perimeter throughout the ordeal, finally lowered their weapons. Margaret's house stood quiet and still, its windows now showing only the peaceful darkness of a normal October night. We had won, but victory brought more questions than answers. The cleanup and documentation took hours. Every mirror in the house was carefully removed and wrapped in consecrated cloth. The security footage was downloaded and secured as evidence, though I doubt it will ever see the light of day in any official capacity. Margaret agreed to stay with her daughter while a team of specialists from the diocese examined her home. Father Morrison explained that the entity would be weakened for a long time, unable to manifest so powerfully again in this area. But he warned us to be careful around mirrors, especially in those dark hours between midnight and dawn. "They're always watching," he said. "Usually they can't do more than watch, but sometimes, in the right conditions, with the right gateway." He didn't need to finish the thought. I submitted my official report the next morning, carefully worded to emphasize the mental health aspects of the call while omitting the more inexplicable elements. But Susan, my dispatcher, knew. She'd heard everything over the radio, including the sounds that no human throat could make. Margaret sold the house a month later, after the church had thoroughly cleansed it. She moved to Arizona to be closer to her family, somewhere bright and dry and modern, with few shadows for things to hide in. She emails me sometimes, keeping me updated on her life. She's doing well, all things considered, though she mentions that she's replaced all the mirrors in her new home with brushed steel. I've changed too. I keep my mirror time to a minimum these days. No more long glances while shaving or fixing my uniform. I've angled my rearview mirrors slightly off-center, just enough to see the traffic behind me, but never catching my own reflection. And I've started taking my coffee breaks somewhere other than Old Mill Road. The fog there seems darker now somehow, more purposeful. But the hardest part is knowing what I know now. That there's something else out there, watching us through every reflection, waiting for a chance to break through. That reality itself is thinner and more fragile than we imagine. That the boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond the mirrors is not as solid as we'd like to believe. Sometimes late at night when I'm on patrol, I'll catch a glimpse of movement in my periphery, a shadow that doesn't quite match its source, a reflection that lingers just a fraction of a second too long. And I wonder if that thing we encountered is still out there, searching for another way in, another mirror to corrupt, another soul to torment. Or worse, I wonder if it ever truly left at all. Because here's the thing about the security footage that still haunts me, the detail I left out of my official report. When we reviewed the tapes the next day, going frame by frame through the night's events, we found something disturbing in the final moments of the exorcism. Just before the camera exploded, in a single frame lasting only 1/30th of a second, every person present, Margaret, Father Morrison, my fellow deputies, and myself, cast reflections that didn't match our positions. And every single one of them was smiling that terrible, impossible smile. I keep a copy of that frame buried deep in a secured file. Sometimes, on nights when I'm feeling particularly brave or particularly foolish, I'll take it out and study it. The image quality isn't great. Security cameras rarely are. But it's clear enough to see that our reflections are all slightly wrong, slightly distorted, slightly other. And I swear, though I know it's impossible, the smiles in that image get just a little bit wider every time I look at them. So take my advice. Be careful around mirrors, especially after midnight. Don't look too long or too hard at your reflection. And if you ever notice it moving just a fraction of a second slower than you do, or smile just a little differently than you are, run. Because by the time you see them watching, it's usually too late. Betsy the doll. Like most people these days, I had a fucked up childhood. Who doesn't, right? My father took off before I was born, and my mother was left to care for me on her own, a skill she was sorely lacking. My mother slipped right back into the drug-addled party lifestyle she'd enjoyed before I was born, and had soon turned our 2-bedroom apartment into an opium den. For the first 5 years of my life, I walked around in a confused, terrifying mist. The smoky air would flood down the hallway from our living room and slip under my bedroom door. It always seemed to linger for days. I know now that my mother wasn't a bad person, just a victim of her addictions. When she did have spare money, she would put food in the house or buy me clothes from Goodwill. The only pieces of furniture I had in my bedroom was a mattress set and a little blue and white toy chest. Not that I had a lot of toys to put in it, of course. Just the 3 I had gotten for birthdays. One was an art kit, one was a red wagon, and the last, my pride and joy, was a doll named Betsy. Betsy was my best friend. We would have imaginary tea parties together, sleep together, and even take baths together. Sometimes I even remember her voice. When I thought back on my conversations with the doll in adulthood, I realized that I was likely suffering from delusions, thanks to the always present butts of smoke that laid claim to the dingy hallways and drafty bedrooms of our small apartment. Still, I remember the sound of her voice, a pleasant, tingling lilt that was almost always coupled with a raucous giggle. I also remember the things that she said to me and the things she wanted me to do. She asked me to steal usual food or pens and pencils. She wanted me to bring her forks and knives and hit the bad man who slept on our couch. It was always something, and I would always get in trouble. But she wouldn't. When I told my mother who had put me up to these games, she would scoff and shake her head. She never believed me. Adults never do. Around my 6th birthday, I asked my mother for a birthday party. I wanted to invite the mean girls from school and serve them cake and ice cream to make them like me. I remember standing in the kitchen that day with such hopes, having just asked the most important question of my entire life. The glass bottle of Coca-Cola I held was shaking in my nervous hands. I waited with bated breath as my mother continued putting groceries away, almost as if she hadn't heard me, but I knew she had. Finally, just as I had failed a second time to muster the courage to repeat my question, she turned around and gave me a flippant shake of her head. A birthday party? Laura, that's ridiculous. I can't afford to feed 15 children that aren't even mine. Hell, I can barely afford to feed you. You eat like an elephant, especially for a girl your size. Or, I'm sorry, Betsy does. There's barely anything left for me to eat around here, much less a classroom of other people's brats. My face fell as she shook her head, mumbled something else under her breath, and stumbled off into the living room. I heard the music go up then as more people walked in the door. Some left, some stayed. I never knew them either way. It simply wasn't fair. My mother threw parties all the time. What about me? I was a kid. All my friends had birthday parties, and now the mean girls at school would know I was too poor to have one, and they would tease me even more. I felt tears start to well in the corners of my eyes, and I choked back a sob while I ran to my room and slammed the door behind me. Betsy was lying on the bed and smiling. She was always smiling. Usually it made me feel better, but today it just made me angry. She just kept staring at me, smiling. She was going to tell me to do something bad. Again. This was why Mother wouldn't throw me a birthday party. It was because of all the trouble I got into because of her. This was her fault. Betsy didn't have to go to school, and Betsy never got in trouble like I did. And in my young mind, I truly believed it was the doll, not my mother, who was to blame for everything. I snapped then. I screamed in indignant rage, and I threw the bottle as hard as I could at the bed. It hit Betsy on her forehead, and she fell on the floor. Good. I picked up the bottle and I hit her again and again. I thought I heard her laugh, and I hit her harder. Then I laughed. When my rage was spent, I dragged Betsy to my toy chest and threw her in. I slammed it shut and kicked the chest against the wall. I never wanted to see Betsy again. Ever. I never owned another doll after Betsy. About a week later, the police came and 2 nice ladies took me to live in a new home in a new state, with food and toys and no drugs. The trunk went into storage and the wagon disappeared. I never saw my mother again. As I got older, my foster parents admitted she was in jail, doing 25 years. That was fine with me. I felt nothing for her anyway. I still had nightmares because of my life with that woman. But then slowly, I began to heal. I focused on doing well in school, and I ignored my mother's letters from prison. She reached out to me several times in my 20s as well, but I always declined her calls. That is, until this morning. I'm 30 now, with my own children and a loving, honest husband. I have a beautiful house, 2 dogs, and a career as a social worker trying to make a difference for kids who had it bad like me. I'm happy, I'm steady, and I'm content. So when I got a voicemail from my mother informing me she had been paroled and that she wished to speak, decided to let her say her piece. Since the kids were home from school, I went out into our shed in the backyard to return my mother's call. The shed was the children's domain, and they used it to play in the summer. I sat on my old toy chest, which was currently being used as tea party table, and dialed the number she had left me. 3 rings. Hello? Laura? Hello, Mother. How are you? Oh, Laura, thank you for speaking to me. I know you have your own life now and a family. I would love to meet them someday. I just wanted to tell you how sorry I am for everything. Mother, you are not meeting my kids, ever. And since you called me, I am going to what I have needed to say for years. The opium, the heroin, they destroyed you. And the worst of it is that you almost took me down with you. I was 5. That was no home for a child. Honestly, I'm surprised it took you so long to get caught. Laura, I know how it seems, but I honestly know nothing. Look, it hardly matters, and I do understand why you would feel that way, why you would hate me and not want me to meet your little ones. I learned a lot about forgiveness while I was away, and just, oh, Laura, I am so sorry about Betsy. Betsy? I paused, confused. Why would you care about her? I know, Laura. Believe me, I do. It was all my fault, the drugs, the partying, and Betsy. Oh, God, if I had only paid attention, if I had only known. She's gone, and it's because of me. As my mother began to cry, I tapped my fingers on the toy box, impatiently. The drugs had clearly fried her brain. Mother, I sighed, why are you talking about Betsy? And why do you even care? I know where Betsy is, right underneath me. What are you talking about, Laura? Oh God, where is she? I shifted uncomfortably. Well, Betsy's in the trunk, where she's always been. There was a beat of stunning silence. What do you mean your sister's in the trunk? Sister? What the hell are you talking about? Back on drugs so soon? That's a record, even for you. Betsy is a goddamn doll. I locked her in my toy box a few days before you got arrested for possession. Laura. Oh God, no. Laura, what have you done? I wasn't arrested because of the drugs, Laura. I was arrested because of Betsy's disappearance. You always called her your little doll, but we thought you knew. Oh God, we thought you knew. Laura, no, what have you done to my baby? My mind had gone blank, and with no emotion I set the phone down next to me and stood up. I could hear the muffled sound of my mother's anguished cries and feel the dark clutch of possibility in my own chest. Memories were stirring in the back of my mind, threatening to flood forward into my consciousness. They pushed against a door in my mind that had been locked so tightly for so long that I had forgotten it was even there. Was it even possible? Could the trauma and the opium have really led me to believe that a small child was actually Doll, begging for food and utensils to eat with, asking me to protect her from the bad man? No. I slowly turned around and brought my eyes down the makeshift tea party table. Surely it was too small. You couldn't fit a person in there. You couldn't. But then, what about a very small, starving, emaciated child? What about her? Would she fit? Would an investigator even bother looking for a person in this chest? I knew I wouldn't. It was just too small. And I was sure we had opened the toy box at some point over the years, hadn't we? Or had something swimming in the dark recesses of my memories always stopped me? I couldn't remember ever seeing it open. I knelt down to the ground and opened the clasps. It would be better to not look. After all that I had overcome, this new life that I had earned for myself, it could all be undone by opening this toy box. I shouldn't open it. I should throw it in a landfill and forget it ever existed. I should not look inside. I opened the chest. I never had a doll. My mother never could afford to buy me one. I never had a wagon either, for that matter. But I did have a toy box, a pretty blue and white toy box. And when I was 5, I beat my little sister to death and put her in it. My wife has a removable face. I've never glimpsed what lies beneath it, but my best friend has. Samantha told me about it on our 3rd date. We were watching a movie on her couch when I made my move to kiss her. She whipped her hand in front of my face and blocked me. "There's something you need to know," she said. I braced myself. Here it comes. I'm not ready for a relationship. Nothing to do with you, of course. It was the absolute last thing that I wanted to hear, because I was already crazy about her. "Okay," I said. "I have a removable face." That's a new one. "You have a what now?" I was about to laugh, but she was wearing a deadly serious expression. "I have a removable face." Is that like a metaphor or something? No, my face is literally removable. Look, closely. She lifted her chin and traced her jawline with a finger. You can see the seam. After admiring how beautiful her neck was for a dizzying moment, I leaned in for an inspection. It was very hard to see, but it did look like there was a slightly unnatural transition there from her face to her throat. I grew dizzier as a dozen questions rushed into my brain. "Don't bother asking why or how or anything like that," said Samantha. "I can't tell you that. If that's going to be a problem, you should leave now. I'm letting you know this because I like you and I want to take the next step, but this is non-negotiable." "Okay," I said, unsure of what was happening. "Not a problem. So what? You have a removable face. Who cares? It looks good." "There's something else. Once a day, usually in the evening, I have to remove the face and disinfect the inside of it. If I don't, it will rot. This takes about an hour, give or take, depending on how my day went. During this time, you must never ever look at my real face. Never. Do you understand? Yes. Got it. Don't ask about it. Don't look at your real face. Samantha stood up. Now, I'm going to go into the bathroom and clean my face. That will give you plenty of time to think about what I've told you. If you're here when I'm done, that's great. I would like that. But if you're gone, I'll understand. She turned and walked into her bedroom. I sat in stunned silence as I heard the bathroom door close. I gave the thing some serious thought. It was possible that it was a joke of some kind. It was possible that it was a delusion. Was it possible that it was true? Well, it was certainly possible to transform an actor's face with movie makeup, so I supposed it was possible that Samantha wore a removable face every day. Maybe she had had a horrible accident where her flesh had been mangled. Maybe her face had been melted by acid or burned by fire, or the skin shorn off by heavy machinery. If it had, I would never know, because she would never tell me, and I would never see it. I pictured a face of raw, naked muscle rotting away. Could I kiss her, if that was what I was kissing? But wasn't that what we all were, under the skin? Just muscle and bone and blood and squishy organs. I paced around the living room, running my hand through my hair. I liked Samantha a lot. She was smart and funny and beautiful. But was that beauty real? Did it count? Did it matter if it was real or not? Was I being superficial, even worrying about it? When she came out of the bathroom, I was still there. I looked at her face. She smiled, and I was in love. We dated. We moved in together. We decided to get married. For the most part, it was a completely normal relationship, typical of two young people in love, building a life together. During the day, it was easy to forget about the face altogether. It looked natural enough, and only in certain positions, in certain lights, was there ever any indication that it wasn't natural. But every night was the same. Samantha would close herself in the bathroom, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, and clean the inside of her face. The curiosity never left me. I would sit there and wonder what was under that face. I came so close to barging in on her a few times, but I never did. I did occasionally ask her about it. About what, if anything, had happened. About how it was possible to make the removable face look so real. About what it really looked like underneath. I tried to coax her into showing me, assuring her that I loved her no matter what, and didn't give a damn what her real face looked like. I was just curious, that's all. She never showed me or told me the story behind it. She didn't get upset at me, unless I was really badgering her. She'd just shrug and say, "You know you can't see it. You know I can't tell you about it." I never told anybody about Samantha's removable face. It's not that she asked me not to. I just didn't think it was anybody's business. Except once, I did tell somebody. It was during my bachelor's party. We had rented several cabins in Big Sur and spent the night drinking and packing our noses with powders that we shouldn't have been packing our noses with. Everyone else had passed out, and the sun was creeping up behind us as I stood on the majestic cliffs with my friend Chris, looking down on the Pacific waves crashing against the rocks. Chris was my best friend, as close to a brother as I'd known. We'd grown up together and visited each other at college often, and spent the summers together. After college, we'd moved to different cities, but we stayed in close contact. Standing there on the cliffs, I told Chris about Samantha's removable face. At first, he thought I was joking. Then he had 1,000 questions. most of which I couldn't answer. What's underneath? I don't know, man. I don't know. Doesn't that drive you crazy, not knowing? I shrugged. Lots of stuff I don't know. Don't know how to do calculus, and I don't know what happens when we die. But dude, she's about to be your wife, and you don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I'd have to take a look. Like, you could set a camera up in the bathroom. That's where she does it, right? Set up a camera and have a look, and then you'll know. I sighed. Yeah, it drives me crazy. I've asked her 1,000,000 times, but she told me I could never look. Gotta respect that, man, even if I don't like it. That's love. Chris laughed. You telling me to respect a woman? Up is down now. Then we fell back into talking about old times as a new day dawned. Chris was in town for business last week and planned on spending the weekend at our house. The conversation at Big Sur had happened 4 years ago, and we hadn't spoken about Samantha's removable face since, despite keeping in close contact and seeing each other, as often as two people transforming into adults in different parts of the country can. It happened on Saturday evening. We were lounging lazily in the backyard deep into the beer, having just finished with some grilled steaks, when I got a text from work. God damn it, I groaned. I have to make a work call. Seriously? Said Samantha, raising an artificial eyebrow. On a Saturday night? My biggest client, baby. Sorry. It is what it is, I guess, said my wife. I'm going to head inside and get cleaned up. Chris, are you okay just hanging out for a bit? Chris smiled. I'll be fine. Got my beer, got some weeds to pull in your garden. God knows your lazy-ass husband isn't going to do it. Those tomatoes are choking to death. It's a tragedy. I rolled my eyes and went into the side yard to make my call. 15 minutes into it, I heard the screams coming from inside. Both my best friend and my wife were wailing in terror. I dropped the phone and ran into the house and down the hall to our bedroom. Through the open door, I could see that the door to the master bathroom was also standing open. Don't come in, screamed Samantha. I don't have my face on. Call an ambulance. He looked. Oh God, he looked. She sounded desperate and truly horrified. That made me desperate and horrified, and I wanted to rush into the bathroom, but I knew suddenly that that would be a mistake. I knew suddenly that Samantha didn't want me to look at her real face, not out of a sense of vanity, but for my own safety. Chris staggered backwards, out of the bathroom. He was holding a straightened-out paperclip, which he had used to pick the privacy lock. Now he was stabbing it again and again into his eyes, shouting gibberish. He was clearly in the depths of madness, and it turned my stomach to see him mutilate himself. Call an ambulance, my wife screamed. Don't come in here. He looked. I turned and ran back to the side yard where my phone was lying in the newly mowed grass. My client was still on the line, alarmed, asking what was happening, what all the screaming was. I hung up on him and called 911. When the paramedics arrived, Chris was having a seizure in the hallway. Samantha was stroking his head, sobbing. Her face was on, but it had been done hastily, and everything looked a little off. My world has been dark this past week. My best friend is in a psychiatric hospital under suicide watch. He's completely blind and mostly catatonic, except when he slips into a violent, babbling mania. The doctors are optimistic that his state is temporary, but they don't know the truth about what caused it, because I told the paramedics that Chris had taken a large dose of psychedelic mushrooms and fallen into psychosis. I saw no good reason to tell the truth about what had happened. Who would believe that one look at my wife's real face would make somebody insane? At best, we would be the subjects of a long investigation. At worst, We would have to prove that what we were saying was true by showing somebody Samantha's face. Then the same thing would happen again, and what after that? I had no idea and no interest in finding out. For Samantha's part, I knew that she would never consent to show anybody her real face, no matter what the consequences of refusal were. I did get a follow-up call from the police asking me to confirm my story. The hospital found no traces of psilocybin in Chris's blood, though that's not unheard of, since it has a short half-life. If they end up testing his hair, I will likely be in a lot of trouble. But that's truly the least of my concerns. Samantha is in a state of her own. She still cleans the inside of her face, though not as regularly, and when she puts it back on, it's always crooked now. It is beginning to smell a little bit. I've tried to assure her that it wasn't her fault. He knew, I said. I told him that nobody was ever allowed to look at it. He knew, and then he broke into the bathroom. This is not on you, baby. Please, talk to me. Not on me? That one look at my face makes people insane? Please, I just need some time alone. As for me, I am doing my best to hold it together. Do you know what's strange, though? Despite what happened to Chris, I still find myself curious about what my wife's real face looks like. More curious than ever, really. Footsteps. This is long, so I apologize for that. I've never had to tell this story with enough detail to actually explain it all the way, but it is true, and it happened when I was about 6 years old. In a quiet room, if you press your ear against a pillow, you can hear your heartbeat. As a kid, the muffled, rhythmic beats sounded like soft footsteps on a carpeted floor. And so as a kid, almost every night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I would hear these footsteps, and I would be ripped back to consciousness, terrified. For my entire childhood, I lived with my mother in a fairly nice neighborhood that was in a transitional phase. People of lower economic means were gradually moving in, and my mother and I were two of these people. We lived in the kind of house you see being transported in 2 pieces on the interstate, but my mom took good care of it. There were a lot of woods surrounding the neighborhood that I would play in and explore during the day, but at night, as things often do to a kid, they took on a more sinister feeling. This, coupled with the fact that, due to the nature of our house, there was a fairly large crawl space underneath, filled my mind with imaginary monsters and inescapable scenarios which would consume my thoughts when I was awoken by the footsteps. I told my mom about the footsteps, and she said that I was just imagining things. I persisted enough that she blasted my ears with water from a turkey baster once just to placate me, since I thought that would help. Of course it didn't. Despite all the creepiness and footsteps, the only weird thing that ever happened was that every now and then I would wake up on the bottom bunk despite having gone to sleep on the top. But this wasn't really weird, since I'd sometimes get up to piss or get something to drink and could remember just going back to sleep on the bottom bunk. I'm an only child, so it didn't matter. This would happen once or twice a week, but waking up on the bottom bunk wasn't too terrifying. But one night I didn't wake up on the bottom bunk. I had heard the footsteps, but was too far gone to be woken up by them. And when I was awoken, it wasn't from the sound of footsteps or a nightmare, but because I was cold, really cold. When I opened my eyes, I saw stars. I was in the woods. I sat up immediately and tried to figure out what was going on. I thought I was dreaming, but that didn't seem right, though neither did me being in the woods. There was a deflated pool float right in front of me, one of those ones shaped like a shark. This only added to the surreal feeling, but after a while it seemed like I just wasn't going to wake up because I wasn't asleep. I stood up to orient myself, but I didn't recognize these woods. I played in the woods by my house all the time, and so I knew them really well. But if these weren't the same woods, then how could I get out? I took a step and felt a shooting pain in my foot, which knocked me back to where I had just been laying. I had stepped on a thorn. By the light of the moon, I could see that they were everywhere. I looked at my other foot, but it was fine, and as a matter of fact, so was the rest of me. I didn't have another scratch on me, and I wasn't even that dirty. I cried for a little bit and then stood back up. I didn't know which way to go, so I just picked a direction. I resisted the urge to call out since I wasn't sure I wanted to be found by who or what might be out there. I walked for what seemed like hours. I tried to walk in a straight line and tried to course correct when I had to take detours, but I was a kid and I was afraid. There weren't any howls or screams, and only once did I hear any noise that scared me. It sounded like a crying baby. I think now that it was just a cat, but I panicked. I ran veering in different directions to avoid big thicks of bushes and collapsed trees. And I was paying close attention to where I stepped, because by that point, my feet were in pretty bad shape. I paid too much attention to where I was stepping and not enough to where those steps were leading. Because not long after hearing the cry, I saw something that filled me with a kind of despair I haven't experienced since. It was the pool float. I was only 10 feet from where I had woken up. This wasn't magic or some supernatural space bending. I was lost. Up until that moment, I thought more about getting out of the woods than how I got in. But being back at the beginning caused my mind to swim. I wasn't even sure that these were my woods. I had only been hoping that they were. Had I run in a huge circle around that spot? Or did I just get turned around and start making my way back? How was I going to get out? At the time, I thought the North Star was just the brightest star, and so I looked and found the brightest one and followed it. Eventually, things started to look more familiar, and when I saw the ditch, a dirt ditch my friends and I would have dirt-clawed wars in, I knew I had made it out. By that point, I was walking really slowly because my feet hurt so much, but I was so happy to be so close to home that I broke into a light jog. When I actually saw the roof of my house over a neighboring lower-set house, I let out a light sob and ran faster. I just wanted to be home. I had already decided that I wouldn't say anything because I had no idea what I could possibly say. I would get back in the house somehow, clean up, and get in bed. My heart sunk as I rounded the corner, and my house came fully into view. Every light in the house was on. I knew my mom was up, and I knew I would have to explain, or try to explain, where I had been, and I couldn't even figure out where to start. My run became a jog, which became a walk. I saw her silhouette through the blinds, and although I was worried about how to explain things to her that didn't matter to me at that point, I walked up the couple of steps to the porch and put my hand on the doorknob and turned. Right before I pushed it open, 2 arms wrapped around me and pulled me back. I screamed as loud as I could, "Mom, help me, please, Mom!" The feeling of being so close to being safe, and then being physically pulled away from it, filled me with a kind of dread that is, even after all these years, indescribable. The door I had been torn away from opened, and a flash of hope shot through my heart. But it wasn't my mom. It was a man, and he was enormous. I thrashed around and kicked at the shins of the person holding me while also trying to get away from the person who had just come out of my house. I was scared, but I was furious. "Let me go! Where is she? Where's my mom? What did you do to her?" As my throat stung from screaming and I was drawing in another breath, I became aware of a sound that had been present for longer than I had perceived it. "Honey, please calm down. I've got you." It sounded like my mom. The arms loosened and set me down, and as man approaching me blocked out the porch light with his head, I noticed his clothes. He was a cop. I turned to face the voice behind me and saw that it really was my mom. Everything was okay. I began to cry, and the three of us went inside. "I'm so glad you're home, sweetie. I was worried I'd never see you again." By that point, she was crying too. "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to come home. I'm sorry." "It's okay, just don't ever do that again. I'm not sure me or my shins could take it." A little laughter broke through my sobs, and I smiled a bit. "Well, I'm sorry for kicking you, but why'd you have to grab me like that?" "I was just afraid that you'd run away again." I was confused. "What do you mean?" "We found your note on your pillow," she said, and pointed at the piece of paper that the police officer was sliding across the table. I picked up the note and read it. It was a running away letter. It said that I was unhappy, never wanted to see her or any of my friends again. The police officer exchanged a few words with my mom on the porch while I stared at the letter. I didn't remember writing a letter. I didn't remember anything about any of this. But even if I sometimes went to the bathroom at night and didn't remember, or even if I could have gone into the woods on my own, even if all that could have been true, the only thing I knew at that point was, this isn't how you spell my name. I didn't write this letter. Her name was Emma. That's what everyone called her anyways. Sometimes they would call her M. Sometimes someone would slip up and call her Emily. She was a part of our group of girlfriends growing up in a large town, not quite big enough to be a city, but big enough that there was still privacy between neighbors. We called ourselves the Unbreakable Six, because there was me, Summer, Mel, Nina, and Jules. And there was Emma. Emma started off as a practical joke by the other girls in the 4th grade. It was probably Jules that started it. She was always playing pranks of people. In high school, she even got suspended once for going too far, and had to babysit for hours to buy that girl a new cell phone. Or maybe it was Summer, who always seemed too busy with music and band to think of such an elaborate prank. Or maybe it was Mel and Nina, who were best friends and could have lived without us, always conspiring together like they were twin sisters. Either way, I bought my lunch, cold-cut sandwich and carrot sticks and a pint of orange juice. I couldn't stand milk. It would account for how short I ended up being, and walked over to our lunch table. Jewel looked excited, waving me over to them. "Lotta, look." I wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. "This is Emma. She moved here from Los Angeles." We lived far inland and into the boonies. Los Angeles was glitzy and glamorous and chic compared to the flat houses and half-rate high school football that was the only real source of entertainment in the area. What?" "Los Angeles, dummy," Jules said, rolling her eyes. "She's not in our class. She's in Miss Lark's, but she's the same grade as us. Isn't that cool?" I still wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. I sat down with my tray uneasily, wondering what I was supposed to see. "Who?" Summer jabbed me in the side. "You're being rude," she hissed quietly. Summer was all about rules and manners. "Say hi to Emma." I looked around our table, from Jules to Mel to Nina to Summer and back to Jules, who was waiting impatiently. I don't know. I was weak. I wanted to fit in. I didn't get it. "Hi, Emma." They seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, like I was making everything awkward. Charlotte's weird sometimes, but her brother has a Nintendo that he lets us play sometimes. They kept on talking, chatting about whatever fourth-grade girls chat about, and I ignored it. If they wanted to play that prank, then that was fine. I wasn't going to buy into it. I was always a precocious child. I knew that what they were looking for was a reaction. That's how Emma became a normal part of our lives. It was crazy. We would buy her birthday presents, and they'd disappear like they were taken. I wonder how many candle-making kits and Mancala games Jules had piling up in her closet after all these birthdays. One year, Mel even got Emma a really nice necklace, and that disappeared too. We never went to her house. I asked Nina about it when I was sure that Emma wasn't there. She gave me this scandalized look. Lotta, don't be rude. Emma's family doesn't have that much money. She's embarrassed to let us come over. She told Mel that, who told me, and it makes sense. I mean, what she wears all the time. I mean, we still love her. We'll always love her. She's one of us. But don't rub in the fact that we can't go to her house. That's mean. After I was scolded so wholeheartedly by Nina, I didn't ask again. They were covering their bases really well, and by 7th grade, I had to accept that they were taking this prank all the way. It was weirdly comforting in a way. There was this silent friend that I never saw, but she was always around. We would leave seats open for her, and when we did the buddy system, someone always had Emma walk into the bathroom by herself. When we decided that we wanted to be lame and come up with a name for our group of friends, we decided on the Unbreakable Six, even though there were really only 5 of us. I was curious in sophomore year of high school when we were having a sleepover. Summer was at band practice late, and Emma couldn't make it. She had to work on her science project, according to Mel. So I asked Jules, the likely mastermind behind it all, if you were going to write a story about Emma, like her biography, how would you describe her, down to every detail? Jules loved stuff like that. She wanted to be a writer someday. Well, she's taller than you, which isn't hard. I threw a pillow at her that she dodged deftly. She's medium build. Jules dropped her voice to a whisper. Even though she gained a little weight recently, but we're not going to tell her, and she's still beautiful. And she has green eyes and brown hair, and she's got freckles. She hates getting her picture taken. She's nice, but quiet, and she dances really beautifully. I mean, you've seen her, right? Of course, that time a few months ago when we turned on some music and danced around together to practice dancing at homecoming, so we didn't look weird or do it wrong. We stopped after a while and oohed and awed at empty space for a while. I didn't ask any more questions. I knew that they would keep up the charade for as long as they could manage. It was in our senior year of high school that it happened. I don't know why it set me off. Not really. It was something little. Something stupid. We were hanging out in Nina's pool, even though it was still too cold to swim. Teeth chattering and goosebumps rising on our skin, we were waiting for the jacuzzi to heat up to jump in. The cold sunlight cast a long shadow, and the wine coolers we snuck earlier was making that shadow seem menacing. It was annoying for me for reasons I can't place. "Look at Emma, Lotta," Jules called. She wolf whistled and hooted, over the top like Jules always is. "Hot mama, look at that booty." I didn't know where to look, like always. Like for the past 9 years of my life, I didn't know where to look. Since the 4th grade at our lunch table, dancing in Summer's living room, homecoming, football games, at the park, in class, anywhere, I didn't know where to look, because Emma wasn't there. That's when I snapped. "F Emma," I screamed. "And F all of you. Have you been waiting for this?" The moment I completely lose my F mind, Well, here it is. I waved my arms around, manic and furious. Emma isn't real. Emma isn't real. I looked at their confused faces. Oh, you're gonna keep this up? I hate you guys. You've always done this. Made me the butt of your stupid prank for almost 10 years, guys. 10 years. I slipped a little on the wet concrete, but regained my balance. F you, I hate you so much. Tears welled in my eyes. Years and years of pent-up frustration finally spilling over. Emma was some stupid prank that got out of hand, and I can't believe that none of you ever had the balls to tell me that it was a stupid prank. No, it had to keep going. You had to keep laughing behind my back. It's not fair. Summer was furious. Lotta, don't be this way. Emma is right there and you're being a bitch. Why are you doing this? Are you mad? Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Lotta, you look hot too. I mean, you look good in your bathing suit too. Yeah, but don't take out your anger on Emma, God, Nina said, rolling her eyes. Nina walked over to the side of the pool and reached out a hand like she was rubbing someone's back. It's okay, Emma. Lotta's just under a lot of stress right now, figuring out where she wants to go for college. Shut up, I howled miserably. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Emma isn't real. She's not there. How could you guys do this to me? They were starting to look scared. They were really invested in this prank. I wondered what the end game was. When were they going to start laughing? When were they going to jump up and say, "Gotcha"? I had enough of this. If they wanted to play charades, then let's play charades. The next part was a blur. I don't remember it, not even now. But I walked over to where Emma was and I kicked at the air. I heard a scream, and I slipped on the slick, wet concrete and hit my head. There was blood everywhere. There was so much screaming, but I kept on kicking and punching and fighting until I blacked out completely. I came to a day later in the hospital. My parents were there, and so were my friends. They were pale and tired and miserable looking. My heart panged. I must have really scared them. When my parents left, Jules approached me. She took my hand. She began crying. The others stared crying too. I'm sorry, Lotta, she wept. I'm really sorry. It was almost frightening looking at the way my friends were. They were beside themselves in the privacy of the hospital room. I started crying too. I wasn't sure why, but I started stammering apologies too. Like if we all said, sorry, things could go back the way they did. I'm sorry, I cried. Summer was the only one who didn't look like she forgave me completely. She looked at me, eyes red and cheeks pink and wobbly-chinned, and said, Are you? I didn't have to answer. The nurse came in to change the bandages on my head. For the rest of the year, no one mentioned Emma. Emma only belonged to our tight-knit group of friends, so there was no mention of Emma. One time, a cop came to the principal's office, and Mel and Nina were quick to drag us away. After the accident, I withdrew from everyone. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't go to Summer's recital. I didn't go to Mel's birthday party. I didn't do anything. I didn't go to prom. Just stared at the ceiling, wondering what had happened. Emma was in most of my life, and now she felt like a ghost. I graduated high school and left immediately to go to a university far away in Southern California, where the weather was always perfect and the beach was a 5-minute walk away. I started to recover. I realized that I was depressed after what had happened, understanding that my best friends chose a punchline over me. Unbreakable 6? Yeah, right. I got good grades, volunteered at an animal shelter, found a boyfriend. He was so nice to me, even when I got quiet when he asked about high school. He never pushed, just held me when I had bad days and made me pancakes. It was 4 years later when I was about to finish up college when I ran into an old classmate from high school. Her name was Annie. She hung out with a different crowd than me and my friends. Most people did. The five of us were a clique of our own, separated from everyone else. I ran into her in our apartment complex. It turns out that she was living there the whole time, and we didn't know. I wasn't necessarily friends with her, but overreacted the way you do when you see someone that you haven't seen in a long time. It's been forever! Oh my God! I went to her apartment for coffee and saw that she was packing up her things. Moving back home for a while until I find a job? Yuck. I saw a thick book on the sofa. Oh yeah, that's our senior yearbook. I was flipping through it when I found it in my bookshelf. I didn't bother getting a yearbook. I didn't have friends at the end of high school. But I was curious to see what I looked like back then. If I had gained or lost weight. If my skin had gotten any better. I opened up the first page and was instantly confused. For Emma, I read aloud from the first page. It was a dedication. My mind raced. Was there someone named Emma in our year? Yeah, it's really sad what happened to her, Annie said, handing me a mug of hot coffee. I flipped through the yearbook, looking for a trace of Emma. Then I found it. My heart stopped, mouth going dry. My hands shook as I held the yearbook, looking at the photograph. It was a picture of the Unbreakable Six. We stood with our arms slung around hips and shoulders, sticking close together for the photograph. There was Summer at the end, then me, then Jules, then Mel, then Nina, then... I had never seen this girl before in my life. Never. But there she was. I can't even remember getting this picture taken. She was right there at the end. Green eyes, brown hair, muffin top, shy smile, threadbare shirt and ripped jeans, looking straight at the camera like the rest of us. She looked as normal as can be, just another teenage girl. Annie looked over my shoulder. Oh, there you all are. What did you call yourselves again? What happened to her? I couldn't even touch her photograph, just let my shaking finger hover over her face. Annie fell quiet. Well, I guess you might not really remember that well after your head injury. And you just kind of faded away from everything, stopped doing much at all. But Emma disappeared, out of nowhere. The cops came by once to ask questions, but her parents were both poor and junkies, so no one really cared. Just another girl that disappeared. I left Annie and went back to my apartment, the one I shared with my boyfriend. He took one look at my face and started boiling some water for tea, grabbed a blanket to throw over my shoulders. I pulled away from him, locked myself in my room. I stared at the ceiling. I was 18 again, lost and confused. The girl's green eyes haunted me. Emma's eyes haunted me. I went on Facebook and found my old friends, my best friends, and I told them, please meet me back at home. It's important. I returned back to our big town little city, went to the newest Starbucks, and waited. They trickled in, one by one. Jules, small-time blogger who works at an Italian restaurant until she made it big. Summer, brown and freckled from band camp, coaching kids for their field shows. Nina, the hot librarian at their old high school. Mel, her belly swollen with her second child. Wedding ring secured to her left hand by her high school sweetheart. My friends were not the same, and neither was I. I cut to the chase. I couldn't spare a moment for small talk. What happened to Emma? They exchanged uneasy glances. They knew this was coming. Nothing, Jules said with finality. Emma wasn't real. She was just a trick, Nina said softly. She was a prank. I figured they might pull this shit. I reached into my bag and slammed the yearbook down on the table, making our drinks rattle and one fall over, spilling tea onto the ground. No one moved to try to pick it up. They stared at the yearbook instead. Emma was real, I finally whispered. Emma was real. What happened to her? Nothing. Cut the crap, Jules, Summer snapped. She turned to me. Lotta, you killed Emma that day by the pool. You went nuts and kicked her and kept kicking her when you slipped and fucked up your head, and you bashed her head and she fell in the pool and it was too late to save her and we had to worry about you and... Summer! Jules shrieked, swatting her in the arm. I was silent, absorbing what Summer said. Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Lotta, we weren't going to let you go to jail. I looked up at my friends, tears running down my cheeks. Why? Nina reached across the table and took my hand. She squeezed it, hard. Because we're the unbreakable six. We don't break because one went crazy and another's dead. I excused myself to the restroom and wept for what seemed like hours. It couldn't have been that long, but there were angry knocks on the door from other patrons who needed the restroom. I sat there on the dirty floor, sobbing, until I had cried everything out. I came out where my friends, my best friends, were still waiting. I sat down in my seat and faced them. I want to turn myself in. There was an outcry of different responses. Summer seemed willing, ready to have me turn myself in to the police. Jules yelled out about them all getting in trouble. Mel started to cry. You don't have to, Nina said. You don't have to. We got rid of all the evidence. We buried her far away where no one would find her. I want to turn myself in, I repeated firmly. I killed her. I'll tell the cops that it was just me, that I buried her. Tell me where she is so I can tell them where I put her. None of you will get in trouble. It wasn't your fault. I thought I had finished crying. I thought I had nothing left, but I choked out what I wanted to say for so long. I never saw her. They looked at me expectantly. I never saw her, not even once. I thought it was just a big prank you were playing on me. I didn't want you to laugh at me. The girl in the yearbook, I had never seen her before. I just played along. Nina nodded. I thought it was weird that you were always so cold to her, like you didn't even acknowledge her. She really liked you, Mel said. She thought you were so smart, that you were going to go out in the world and do amazing things. She would always talk about that. I felt as though my heart would burst. I swear I never saw her. Something must be wrong with me, but I never saw her or heard her. I cleared my throat. Show me where you buried her. We got into Summer's car and drove out far into a park in a different city. The park was huge and overgrown, like no one had been there to take care of it in a long, long time. I got out of the car, and left behind by a worker long ago was a rusty shovel. I took it with me. Jules led the way deep into the park, deep through the trees, until we came to a small clearing. The dirt wasn't fresh. There were no markers or indicators, but the way my friends' faces paled at the sight, I knew this was it. Emma was there, under our feet. I gotta see her, I whispered. I dug the shovel into the ground. I gotta see her. Mel didn't want to see anything, so she and Nina left back for the car. Jules and Summer found different tools, a hoe and a rake, and we started digging. Blisters rose and popped on my hands from the old shovel, but I kept digging as beads of sweat rolled down my neck, my back. The three of us worked together in silence, digging up our best friend. Suddenly, Summer jumped back in disgust, throwing her hoe aside. Jules did the same, stepping out of the hole, We looked down. Summer gagged, covering her mouth and nose, and Jules shook her head at the sight. Me? I laughed and laughed and laughed, tears streaming down my face, laughing until it hurt as I looked down into an empty grave. The security camera. The first time I saw my husband's double, I thought it was a glitch. I had just installed our new security system that afternoon, one of those fancy setups with motion detection, night vision, and smartphone connectivity. David thought I was being paranoid, but after the string of break-ins in our neighborhood, I wasn't taking any chances. Besides, as a software engineer who often worked late from home, I liked having eyes on our property when I was alone at night. The cameras had been running for less than 6 hours when my phone buzzed with its first motion alert. 2:01 a.m. I was still awake, catching up on some code reviews in my home office. The notification showed a still from our backyard camera, a dark figure standing motionless in the grass. My heart rate spiked until I recognized David's familiar silhouette. His broad shoulders, the slight slouch he'd developed from years hunched over keyboards, that distinctively messy bedhead I'd tease him about. I figured he must have had trouble sleeping and stepped out for some air. Not totally unusual. He'd been stressed about the upcoming product launch at work. I was about to dismiss the alert when something made me pause. The figure was completely still. Not the natural shifting of weight or subtle movements you'd expect from someone standing outside. Just perfectly, unnaturally motionless. That's when I realized he wasn't looking around the yard or up at the stars. He was staring directly at our second-floor bedroom window. Our bedroom window, where I could see the warm glow of our bedside lamp still burning. The lamp I always left on because David liked having some light when he got up to use the bathroom. A cold weight settled in my stomach. I pulled up the live feed from the indoor security camera I'd installed in our bedroom. There was David, curled up under the covers on his side of the bed, chest rising and falling in the peaceful rhythm of deep sleep. I looked back at the yard camera. The figure was still there, still staring. I closed my laptop and crept upstairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. Our bedroom door was slightly ajar, just as I'd left it. David was exactly as I'd seen on camera, sound asleep, occasionally making the soft whistling sound through his nose that I normally found endearing, but now sent chills down my spine. I crossed to the window on trembling legs. The yard below was empty. I checked the security footage immediately. At exactly 3 a.m., the figure had simply vanished. One frame it was there, the next gone, with no movement in between. I rewound to the beginning of the incident. Same thing. At 2 a.m. sharp, it had appeared instantaneously in the middle of our yard. I barely slept that night, watching David's peaceful face in the lamplight and trying to convince myself I'd seen some kind of technical glitch. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, and the next. Always at exactly 2 a.m. Always standing in the exact same spot. Always staring at our window with David's face. I started sleeping less and less, spending my nights hunched over my monitors, documenting every detail. The figure never moved, never shifted, never blinked, just stood there, a perfect carbon copy of my husband, staring up at where we slept, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried telling David about it over breakfast that first week. He'd laughed it off, assuming I was joking. When I showed him the footage, he'd frowned and suggested it must be some kind of video artifact or reflection. He promised to stay awake with me the next night to see it in person. But when 2 a.m. came, He was sound asleep despite his promises. No amount of shaking would wake him. I watched in horror as his duplicate appeared in the yard right on schedule, while David slumbered beside me, impossibly heavy in a sleep that seemed more like unconsciousness. That's when the differences started. It was subtle at first. David would wake up groggy and irritable, with no memory of having promised to stay up with me. He'd zone out during conversations, staring blankly into space until I touched his arm or called his name. His appetite changed. He, who had always been a picky eater, suddenly started devouring his food with mechanical efficiency, like he was fueling up rather than enjoying a meal. Then came the physical changes. His skin seemed slightly waxy, especially in the mornings. His movements became more precise, more deliberate, losing the natural clumsiness I'd always found charming. Sometimes I'd catch him standing perfectly still, head cocked at an unnatural angle, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. But the eyes were the worst. David's eyes had always been a warm brown, crinkled at the corners from his ready smile. Now they seemed darker somehow, flatter, empty. I started documenting these changes too, in an encrypted file on my laptop. I knew how it would sound if I told anyone else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever stood in our yard each night wasn't just watching us. It was studying us, learning, preparing. And David wasn't really David anymore. I began sleeping in my home office, claiming I had too much work to come to bed. I installed more cameras throughout the house, hidden ones David didn't know about. I watched him when he thought he was alone. The way he would practice expressions in mirrors, like an actor rehearsing for a role. The way he would sometimes forget to blink for minutes at a time. The way he would stand in empty rooms, perfectly still, staring at nothing. But it was the footage from last night that finally broke me. I was reviewing the bedroom camera feed from around 5 a.m., just before David usually wakes up. The video quality was poor. There had been a storm, and the power had flickered several times, but I could clearly see David's form under the covers. Then came a power surge, the image distorting with static. When it cleared, the bed was empty. I frantically checked the other cameras. Nothing in the hallway, nothing on the stairs, nothing in the kitchen or living room. David had vanished from our locked and alarmed house without triggering a single motion sensor. Then movement caught my eye on the yard camera. A figure walking slowly back toward the house. David's figure. It moved with that same mechanical precision I'd grown to dread, but now there was something else in its gait. A confidence, a purpose. It looked up directly at the camera, smiled, not David's warm, natural smile, but something that just stretched his lips without touching his eyes. Then it raised one hand and waved, holding up a familiar keychain. My keychain, the one I'd left on my office desk when I'd finally passed out from exhaustion an hour earlier. I'm typing this now from my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner 2 towns over. My hands won't stop shaking, because I know what this means. The thing in my yard, the thing wearing my husband's face. It's not watching anymore. It's done learning, done practicing, done replacing. And now it's coming for me. My phone buzzes, another motion alert. I don't want to look, but I can't help myself. It's footage from one of my hidden cameras inside the house. My office. There's a figure standing in the doorway. It's wearing David's face, but the movement is all wrong as it turns its head to stare directly into the camera. Its smile is impossibly wide now, stretching far beyond what a human mouth should be capable of. In its hand is my laptop, the one I'd left behind in my panic to escape. the one containing all my documentation, all my evidence. As I watch, it waves at the camera with that horrible smile. Then it does something worse. It speaks. "Coming home soon, honey? Don't worry. I'll wait up for you. After all..." The thing wearing my husband's face leans closer to the camera, its features distorting slightly, like melting wax. I never sleep. I throw my phone out the car window, watching it shatter on the asphalt. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely grip the steering wheel, but I force myself to focus. I need to drive, need to get far away, need to warn others. But as I reach for the ignition, I catch a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Have my movements always been this precise? Has my skin always had this waxy sheen? When was the last time I blinked? I look closer at my reflection, at the thing wearing my face, now smiling, and I begin to scream. Stuck. When I first saw him standing out there on the sidewalk, I thought nothing of it. I certainly didn't think he'd still be out there come September. I lingered at the window for just a moment, decided that the night-bound silhouette across the street was just some guy out for a walk, and went to my room and hit the hay. As I stood blearily over the coffee maker the next morning, my eyes strayed up to the window over the sink, and a little shock of adrenaline removed the need for caffeine. He was still there, and still standing on the opposite sidewalk looking at my house. My roommates had all gone to work long ago, so I waited for my coffee, got dressed, and then approached the front door and peered through the peephole. He was still there. I took a deep breath, readied myself for whatever nonsense this was going to entail, and opened the door. His gaze shifted to me as soon as I stepped out onto the porch, and he watched me as I walked across the grass. He tensed when I stepped onto my sidewalk, but then looked relieved when I crossed it and reached the curb. Stopping there, I kept the pavement between us. I didn't know exactly how to ask him what the hell he was doing. "Hey, what's up?" He looked a little bit nervous. "Nothing, just hanging out." From where I was standing, he didn't appear to be homeless or crazy. He was a man of about 40 dressed in a dark blue robe, and I vaguely recognized him. "Don't you live in that house?" I pointed up the driveway behind him. He nodded. "Yep, that's mine. Just came out to get the newspaper." I glanced down at his hand, where he held an orange bag with the newspaper rolled up inside it. "Well, looks like you got it." I paused. Another orange bag was lying further up the driveway, as if the one he was holding was actually yesterday's. He didn't say anything. He just stood there with a masked, nervous expression. "Did I see you out here last night, too?" I asked. "Yep, that was me." I looked down further and saw that his feet were bare. "You weren't out here all night, were you?" I expected him to laugh off the idea, but instead he replied, "I was." "You've been out here all night in bare feet?" Panic was oozing out from under his mask of calm politeness in a dozen different ways. "Yes." Now I was starting to feel more than a little weird. "Are you going to stand out here all day too?" He strained to speak, but then seemed to change his reply. "I might. It's beautiful weather out." Well, that much was true. It was a warm summer day, bright and beautiful. "Well, could you at least not stare at my house then?" He began to give an apologetic shrug, but stopped halfway through the motion and tried to turn. His bare feet never lifted from the sidewalk. The attempted turn was more of a twist from the thighs up. That too stopped rather quickly, and then he said, His gaze moved in a circle before he finally looked directly at me. "Your house is nice. I like looking at it." By then, I was getting rather annoyed. "What's your name?" "Russ." "Russ, nice to meet you." I shook my head. I'd never had to do this before. "If you don't stop being weird and staring at our house, I'm going to call the police." His eyes lit up. "Yes, please do that." That was a weird enough reaction that I actually got out my phone. I'd been raised to never involve the police for any reason, but this was abnormal enough that I felt I had to. I told the dispatcher we had a strange man standing outside our house and that he'd been there literally all night. Yes, all night. She said 2 officers would be with us shortly. Russ and I didn't talk much while waiting for them. He just stood there looking at me at random times and around the neighborhood otherwise. Ours was a quiet street, populated by nice people who kept mostly to themselves. We'd never even had cause to really meet each other. If we had, I might have known more about Russ, but as things were, he was just some man acting strangely. Although, his aura of masked nervousness calmed as a squad car turned down the lane and approached us. 2 uniformed officers climbed out and approached us with tired stances. One asked dismissively, "What seems to be the issue, gentlemen?" Russ looked to me hopefully. I told them, "This guy has been standing out here staring at our house all night long." The second cop rolled his eyes, but he did ask Russ, "That true, sir?" Russ gulped and stated, "Yes." Both cops straightened at the unexpected answer. The first one asked, "Seriously?" Russ nodded. The second cop looked at each of us for a moment and then said, "Well, move it along then." Russ tensed and stood a little taller. "No." "What?" I said no. As the pair began walking toward him, he added, "Sir?" As one got out handcuffs, the other sneered and said, "Listen, asshole." But he stopped about 2 feet from Russ. His partner froze as well. "Come on," Russ urged them. "What are you waiting for? Come on." The 2 men looked at each other with haunted expressions, then began to back away. The handcuffs were returned to their belt. "No," Russ shouted at them. "Do it, you pricks. You pigs, ugly bastards. Come on, beat me up, teach me a lesson, knock me down." The first cop's face was pale. "You're fine, sir. You're absolutely right, we're pigs. Just do what you like. Stand there as long as you want. You're on your property, technically, so this is none of our business." The second glanced at me with apologetic terror. Both jumped in their car and peeled away. Russ screamed incoherently after them, but did not move from his spot on the sidewalk. I called the station a second time to ask what had happened, but after taking my address, the dispatcher told me never to call again and hung up. The anger faded out of Russ as he saw me lower the phone, and I stood there awkwardly as the grown man across the street began to outright cry. I'd never seen a 40-year-old man blubber from sheer hopeless terror. "Russ, what's going on?" He couldn't answer past his tears. Looking left and right first, I finally stepped onto the street and got near him. I had the strangest notion, but I couldn't articulate it. The words simply wouldn't come to mind. An instinctual awareness was the most I could manage. I did reach the opposite curb right in front of him, and I was intent on pushing him back off of his spot on the sidewalk. But I changed my mind about 2 feet away from him. It would have been weird to touch a crying grown man. I stepped back to the street. Confused, I tried a second time. At 2 feet away from him, literally within arm's reach, I changed my mind again. He could do what he liked. Who was I to interfere if he wanted to stand outside on a beautiful day? Each time I got close and then changed my mind, his tears and terror deepened. I remember murmuring, "All right, screw this," and I backed up to the middle of the street to get space for a running start. I couldn't articulate what I was doing, but I guessed that a leaping tackle might work. I braced myself and then launched forward, ready to spring up at the proper distance. But as I went to jump at him, I changed my mind. There was nothing wrong and I was being silly. Who cared about any of this? I slowed and curved away. His sobbing became a river. Despite an overwhelming sense that something was very wrong, I turned and slowly went back inside. I could still see him through the kitchen window, and I began going about the business of my day with a muted horror that I could not acknowledge gnawing at my heart. Each time I looked, I would hope against hope that he had moved, but he was always still there, shaking, crying, and looking around for help. That was June. A pall hung over our neighborhood. Where once my roommates and I had held board game parties and had a dozen people over, now we ate meager meals in silence. Whenever one of us would think to talk about something that had happened at work, or perhaps an event we were looking forward to, we would get out half a sentence and then be overwhelmed by a sense of hollowness. Who could care about a concert or a trip to a water park at a time like this? We would stop our sentence midway through and glance out the kitchen window as a group. Always, Russ was still standing there. He successfully avoided dangerous sunburns by lifting his robe over his head during the brightest hours, and he had a few nearby trees to shade him at other times. His bare feet took the worst of it, and were red and boiled over after a week. During that second week, we gathered daily as a neighborhood. It was impossible not to have noticed him standing out there by then, and all the various residents of our street wandered out to speak to him and to one another about various polite topics with strained undertones. Terrible weather, a neighbor would say, her eyes fearful. The weather was gorgeous and beautiful. Absolutely terrible weather, another of us would say. Horrifying, in fact. What the hell is happening with the weather? I remember the oldest of us, a woman who had lived through the Great Depression and was normally tough as nails, then cried openly and sobbed, "Why is the weather doing this?" Russ stood through all of this, visibly hopeful and terrified. The old woman screamed at him, "Why don't you just go inside?" He could only shrug and shakily tell her, "I don't want to go inside. I like sunburns on my feet." She approached with both hands up to throttle him, but changed her mind as she came within reach. "You're a man. You can take it. I shouldn't interrupt your enjoyment of nature." She hobbled away in tears, trembling violently. Another of our neighbors stepped forward. "At least, take these clothes." He held a folded shirt and a pair of jeans forward, but turned away before getting close enough to hand them over. You probably don't want my old hand-me-downs, right?" Russ replied hopelessly. "I'm fine. Thanks, though." It was the rainy season in our parts, and it began to drizzle on our heads, so we retreated to our homes to gaze out the window and watch Russ thirstily hold open his mouth to the sky. Once the torrent was heavy enough, he could also lean down and scoop water from the flow running along the curb. That gave us an idea. As a neighborhood, we began to wash our cars more often. The runoff from the hoses would flow past Russ, allowing him to drink and stay alive, but only for as long as was normal for washing one's car. None of us mentioned it to one another. We just saw others doing it, so we did it too. The rainy season also brought worms up out of the ground, which he ate, and he learned to stand still long enough for birds to come near. He would grab them and eat them whole. The sidewalk near him became foul with waste until each new rain washed it clean. One of the men on the street began building a long wood and metal contraption. For the first time in a month, we had something else to see outside our windows, and we watched him for nearly a week before getting a sense of what he was doing. It was a massively long Rube Goldberg machine full of levers, swinging hammers, rolling balls, and other assorted nonsense. From the 2x4s he'd laid out, he'd planned for it to extend all the way down the street, around the corner, and out of sight. My roommates and I took a few days off work and wordlessly began helping. The older women in the neighborhood brought out drinks and food for us. Russ looked on while we ate and drank, but he watched especially carefully while we worked. I'd never been one for tools, but I muddled through figuring out how to saw and nail things effectively, and the other men in the neighborhood joined us without a word when they saw how serious we were. It took 6 days, but we finally finished the contraption on the eve of a big storm. As the sky was growing dark, we gathered around the corner out of sight of Russ and stared at the button that would activate the machine. If all the levers and hammers and contraptions worked, Russ would be knocked over by a battering ram mechanism at the very end. We stared at the button. A jogger approached, and we stared at her. She slowed and looked worried that 30-odd people were watching her. We backed up and glanced at the button repeatedly. "You want me to push this?" she asked, cautious but concerned. "Is this for some sort of prank video?" We looked at each other, and the old woman who had survived the Great Depression shrugged and nodded. The jogger moved close and hovered her hand over the button before backing up. "Nah, I'd rather not participate in a prank video." Her expression was fearful and pained. She jogged on as we stood in despair. The storm came and destroyed most of the mechanisms. The man who'd started it took it down in grief-stricken silence over the course of the next week. Russ watched that process with despondent eyes. A moving truck pulled up one morning, and we gathered on the street to watch his wife begin packing things. "Russ lost his job because he stopped showing up," she explained, "and now we can't afford the place anymore." She looked over at him with narrowed eyes and said hatefully, "I don't understand why he's doing this, but I'm not staying with an unemployed loser who would rather stand around all day than do some honest work. "This is honest work," he called over, crying despite his words. "It's tough standing here without rest. I do get tired, but someone has to do it." We watched her put Russ's son in the passenger seat and then drive off with most of the contents of his house. We looked to Russ. He gulped, wiped his tears away, and gave the flimsiest reasoning I'd yet heard. "It's more important that I stand here than go after my family. I didn't value them anyway." He seemed to give up after that, letting the sun sear his flesh day after day, and not even bothering to eat the worms that followed each storm. That was July. The first party our street had seen in months nearly sparked a riot. Our place was one of two on the street designated as off-campus housing, and the other house kicked off a kegger at about 7 o'clock one night. Outrage and anger flowed with us into the foyer of that house. The college guys therein turned down the music and had their friends hang back a second as the entire neighborhood crowded in. The old woman asked, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "Having a party," one of the guys responded. "What's the problem?" "We're not being loud." I was actually the one who spoke next. I remember my righteous anger vividly. "How can you have a party while things are the way they are?" One of other guys who lived there protested. "So what? We're supposed to just stop everything and not live our lives because of the way things are?" The guests looked at us in confusion. The most painful part about that argument was that the guys were right. We couldn't just stop our lives because of what was happening on our street. The shouts and yells from each side were more about how we felt than any logical debate, and a fist fight broke out just long enough to knock over the keg and break 2 glasses. We held each other back and retreated as a neighborhood, leaving the college guys to their party. I was bitter, so bitter, and we all felt that bitterness together until another neighbor had a party 2 nights later. A week after that, one of my roommates had our friends over for a board game night, and I had to admit that it felt like such a relief to return to normalcy. At the end of the night, I walked the last of our friends out, had one last joke and a laugh, and then waved after them. Russ was just a silhouette in the darkness, always there, but no longer on our minds all the time. Of course, the next morning the guilt hit me like a load of bricks as I stood over my coffee maker and studied the boil-covered red scarecrow across the street. His blue robes were growing tattered after months outside, and he looked like a burned corpse. Unfortunately, I had a stressful day ahead, and I couldn't afford to process my guilt at that moment. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I was the one who did it. I closed the blinds over the kitchen window. It was supposed to have been just for that day, just so I could get through the big project at hand, but the blinds never came back up after that. As a house, as a group, we stopped looking out the window, just like washing our cars, just like working on that Rube Goldberg machine, and just like our reaction to the party. My neighbors took that as a cue. Within 5 days, all the blinds on all the windows on the entire street were lowered. That first night that Russ was completely alone outside in the dark, with all the blinds closed, an absolute guarantee that nobody was looking out for him or at him, I laid in my bed staring at the ceiling and crying quietly. This was not like the other pains on this street, not like the ones that couldn't be articulated. I knew exactly what I'd done this time, and I could think and say the words since it was my issue and my guilt alone. I was the first one to close the blinds. I wanted to be the first to raise them again, to look out upon our neighborhood problem and force everyone else to open their eyes and unite again, but I didn't have the courage. I needed to work. I needed to pay rent. I couldn't be the one, because raising my blinds would mean acknowledging the problem, and I couldn't afford to be racked by guilt and confusion and pain any longer. Each night I prayed that someone else would be the first to raise their blinds. Surely someone would do it. It was the only conscientious path, and someone would definitely feel compelled to do the right thing. Then, we could all do it together. I'd put the issue out of my thoughts for so long that I was actually startled when I saw Russ healthier than before. With nobody mowing his lawn or trimming his trees, and with an abnormally rainy season, the greenery around him had grown to shade him nearly the entire day. His skin was back to a decent color where crinkled parchment had peeled off, and a large number of crickets and other bugs had taken up residence in his waist-high lawn. On these, he fed, reaching down to grab insects at random and eat them when the urge struck him. I'd looked because a car had pulled up, and I watched as a real estate lady got out and began pestering him. "Hey," I shouted from across the way, defensive over our issue. "You leave Russ alone." "This is ridiculous," she called back. "I need to sell this property and I'm never going to get a buyer interested in a property with a weathered homeless man standing outside of it." "He's not homeless," I shouted at her. "That's his home." "Not anymore. His wife got it in the divorce because he failed to show up to the hearings." I don't know why I said it. I meant the sidewalk. Somehow, at some unknown point, I'd accepted it as simply the way things were. The real estate lady glared at me and then at Russ, and then she got in her car and left. I knew what would happen next, and my roommates and I harassed the landscaping crew she sent until they got fed up and left too. If they mowed the lawn and pruned the trees, Russ would be in serious trouble. We congratulated ourselves for a job well done and went back into our house for board game night. That was August. The derisive talk began earlier this month. As the first chill of autumn hit the air, I think people instinctively knew that the worst was yet to come for him. Whenever we happened to glance his way, someone would spit and call him an idiot for standing there like that. "Why doesn't he just go inside?" someone would ask. "Yeah, what a dumbass," someone else would say. I just stared at them when they said things like that. I did wish it would stop, that he would stop. But I don't know. I just don't know. I was prompted to write this and share our situation because I saw it in myself. I saw my feelings turning toward blame and hatred. I asked the same questions. Why was he doing this? Why wouldn't he just go inside? But that strange dread notion that I could not articulate drove me to go outside and do something no one else had done in weeks. Talk to him. "Hey Russ," I said by way of opening, since I had no idea what else to say. His hair was a mane and his beard was wild, but there was still a man under there. He coughed to clear his throat and then managed to say, "Hey." There was really no beating around the bush. "You gave up for a little while there, didn't you?" He nodded weakly. "What changed your mind? Why are you eating and drinking again? Why do you fight so hard to survive?" I asked him, my heart full of compassion. I felt like I was such a great person for caring when nobody else did. I will never forget his bemused, angry laugh. He tilted his head and said, "To stick it to you assholes." That was the one answer I'd never expected. We'd done so much for him, gone through so much guilt and angst and effort, but I guess I'd never thought about what it was like on the other side of the blinds, standing there night after night, knowing the entire neighborhood was avoiding looking at you. I don't have an answer. I don't have any answers. I wanted to tell him good luck, but it would have just sounded hollow. I nodded and went inside. This time I raised the blinds and stood by the kitchen window. As the first flakes of snow for the season began to fall, I accepted his angry gaze. Would the heat of his hate be enough to keep him warm through the winter? Summer seems impossibly far away, especially without so much as a blanket. And yet all the people who come over, all my friends and roommates and acquaintances, all just keep asking idly, why doesn't he just go inside? If only it were that simple. Working as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service, Part 4 EW. The next person I talked to was EW, a former trainer who now works as an EMT. He still comes to ops like this to help out, but doesn't work full-time for us anymore. He specialized in finding lost kids. He just seemed to have a sixth sense when it came to knowing where they'd gone. He's a legend among the more senior vets, but he gets embarrassed if you compliment him on his work. He sat down with me at dinner one evening, and we ended up swapping stories. Most of them were just casual, but when we got on the subject of our weirder calls, I mentioned that I'd had a buddy who'd gone up a set of stairs. He got kind of quiet and asked me if I'd heard of a little boy who'd disappeared from his park a few years back. I hadn't, so he told me this story. They were out looking for this 11-year-old boy, Joey, who'd gone missing near a river. Of course, the first thought was that he'd fallen in and drowned. But when they brought dogs out, they led SAR officers away from the river and up into a very densely forested area. When we do searches for people, we search in a grid pattern, and we search every box of the grid incredibly thoroughly. What EW's team noticed right away was that a very strange pattern was emerging. Dogs in alternating boxes were picking up Joey's scent, but losing it when they overlapped with another box. If you think of a checkerboard, Joey's scent was being picked up in random black squares, but never in red. This, of course, didn't make any sense, because how could the kid bounce from area to area without leaving a scent in each place he passed? EW and his partner pass into a new box of the grid, and EW notices a set of stairs about 50 yards away. He tells his partner that they need to go check near it, but his partner flat out refuses. He tells EW that he's made it a point never to go near any stairs he sees, and that while it may be routine, he's not to pretend that it's normal. He tells EW that he'll wait in sight while EW checks. EW says he was irritated, but he felt for the guy and didn't push him on the subject. I walked over to the stairs. They were small, kind of like stairs into a basement. I don't really feel strongly one way or the other about them. The stairs, I mean. So I wasn't scared or anything. I guess I'm like everyone else, and I just prefer not to think about them too much. Anyway, I went over and I could see that there was something lying on the bottom step, sort of curled up. My hair sinks, because of course you always hope for the best. And we were confident that we'd find this kid alive, because he'd only been missing for a few hours. But I knew right away that it was him, and that he was dead. He was curled up in a little ball on the step, holding his stomach. It looked like he'd been in horrible pain when he died, but I didn't see any blood, except some on his lips and chin. I radioed in that I'd found him, and we got his body back to command. That poor family, they were devastated. The parents couldn't understand how he'd be dead, because he'd only been gone for such a short amount of time. And on top of that, we didn't have any obvious cause of death, which just made it worse. I figured he'd probably eaten something poisonous, since he was holding his stomach when I found him, but I didn't want to guess. It's hard enough to hear that your kid is dead, let alone have some stupid SAR guy guessing about what happened. They took him away, and I went home and tried not to think about it. I hate finding dead kids. Man, I love this job, but it's one of the reasons I left. I've got 2 daughters, and the thought of losing them that way, just... He choked up a little here. I'm not great with emotional stuff like that, and it's always sort of awkward to see a grown man cry, so I didn't really know what to do. He pulled himself together eventually, though, and he kept going. We don't always hear back from the coroners about cause of death. It's not really our job to know, I guess, and sometimes if they think it's foul play, they won't tell us because of legal bullshit. But I've got a friend who works for the sheriff's department, and he'll usually pass along any interesting info if I ask. In this case, though, I actually got a call from him about a week later. He asks if I remember the kid, and of course I do, and he says some seriously weird shit is going on. He tells me, EW, man, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but the coroner has no idea what happened to this kid. He's never seen anything like it. My friend goes on to tell me that when the coroner opened the kid up, he couldn't even believe what he was seeing. The kid's organs were like Swiss cheese. Quarter-sized holes were punched clean through just about every single organ this kid had, aside from his heart and lungs. But his colon, his stomach, his kidneys, and even one of his testicles were full of these clean holes. My friend said the coroner described it as if someone had taken a hole punch and punched holes out of everything. They were so neat. But the kid didn't have a scratch on him. No entry or exit wounds. The closest anyone there had ever seen like it was a guy who'd filled himself full of buckshot a year or so back while cleaning his rifle. No one had a clue what could possibly have caused it. My friend asked me if I'd ever heard of anything like it, or if we'd had similar cases in the past. But I'd never even heard of something like that, and I told him I wasn't going to be of any help to him. As far as I know, the coroner determined the cause of death as something like massive internal bleeding. But no one knows what really happened. I've never been able to forget that kid. I have nightmares about it sometimes. I don't let my kids go into the woods alone, and when we go together, I never let them out of my sight. I used to love it out here. but that case and a couple others just sort of ruined it for me. Dinner was over, so we started to clean up and go back to our cabins. Before we went our separate ways, he put his hand on my shoulder and looked at me really close. He tells me that there's bad things out here. Things that don't care if we have families or lives or that we can think and feel. He tells me to be careful, and he walks away. I didn't have a chance to talk with him again, but that story stuck with me. By pure coincidence, I got to talk to another vet, PB, who's been in the SAR field for years. We were partnered on a grid sweep during a training exercise, and we were chatting casually about how we liked the job, what kinds of things we'd seen, and the like. At one point, we passed an old set of stairs, though these were probably from an old fire lookout, given the area that we were in. I sort of casually mentioned that I was curious about the stairs, and that I wished I knew more about them. He got kind of quiet and looked like he wanted to tell me something, but wasn't sure if he should. Finally, he told me to turn my radio off. Obviously, this is something we are never ever supposed to do. But I did it, and he did the same. About 7 years ago, he tells me, he was out on a call with a rookie. They were in an area of the park that's had a lot of strange reports and events, disappearances, stories about lights in the forest, odd noises, things like that. The rookie was totally spooked, kept going on and on about things out in the woods. According to PB, the guy wouldn't stop talking about the goat man. Just on and on, goat man this and goat man that. Finally, I told him that there was plenty else to be afraid of out here that was very real, and that he'd better get over this thing with the goat man. The rookie wanted to know what kinds of things I was talking about, and I just told him to shut up and walk. We crested a little ridge, and there was a staircase about 10 yards ahead. The rookie stops dead in his tracks and just stands there looking at them. I tell him, "See? That's something you should be afraid of." The rookie asks me what the hell these are doing out here, and for some reason, I just open up and tell him the truth. Or what I've been told is the truth. I could have gotten in a lot of trouble for doing what I did, and I could get in a lot of trouble for repeating it to you. But you're a nice kid, and I want you to stop looking into this. Quit while you're ahead. So I'll tell you what I know, under the condition that you never breathe a word of this to the soups. I told him I wouldn't say a word, and he double checks that our radios are off. When I first started out, we were a little less tight-lipped about them, and other things that happen out here. We warned people before they were even hired that there was weird shit going on. I guess the Forest Service was tired of having such a massive turnover rate, and they wanted people to know what they were getting into. So they started having people sign these agreements that they wouldn't go to the media about what they were going to see. The FS didn't want to scare people away, so the last thing they needed were spooked rookies running off to the media with stories of ghosts and haunted stairs. But eventually, they found that the agreements weren't necessary. People not only didn't want to talk about what they saw, they wouldn't. A few times, media tried to talk to people when kids or hikers would disappear, and no one would say a word. I can't really explain it. I guess we just don't really want to admit anything is wrong. This is our job, to be out in the woods every single day. We don't need to be spooked, and the best way to avoid that is to pretend like everything's okay. So I'll tell you everything I can think of, and after that, I'm done talking about it for good. And I expect you not to bring it up around me, ever. The stairs have been out here as long as the parks have existed. We have records going back decades describing them. Sometimes people go up them, and nothing happens. Other times, look, I really don't like talking about this, but sometimes, really bad shit happens. I saw one guy get his hand sliced clean off when he got to the top step. He reached out to touch a tree branch, and it happened so fast. 1 second his hand was there, and the next it was gone. Completely clean wound. We didn't find his hand, and the guy almost died. Another time, a woman touched one of the stairs, and a blood vessel in her brain exploded. Literally exploded, like a water balloon. She sort of stumbled down and came over to me, and all she got out was, "I think something is wrong with me." She dropped like a sack of flour, dead before she hit the ground. I'll never forget the way the blood leaked into the inside of her eye. Before she died, I watched it turn red. I watched it happen, and there wasn't a single thing I could do to help. We warn people not to go anywhere near them, but there's always at least one idiot who does. And even if nothing happens to them, something bad always happens. Kids go missing as we're on their trail. Someone dies the next day, cut in half in a completely safe part of the park. I don't know why, but something bad always happens. I don't know exactly why they're out here, but it doesn't matter. They're here, and if we were smart, we'd tell our new officers exactly what they're capable of. We were both quiet for a little while. I was afraid to talk because I wasn't sure if he was done. He looked like he wanted to say something else. Finally, he spoke up again. Have you ever noticed how you can't find the same ones twice? I nodded, expecting him to continue, but he just stayed quiet, walking alongside me. And eventually, he started a story about the biggest deer he'd ever seen in the park. I didn't bring up the subject again, and I didn't press him for any more stories. He dropped out of the op the next day. Apparently, he left before the sun came up. He said he was sick. None of us have heard from him since he left. Through a glass, darkly. The static came first. I should have known then. Should have recognized it for what it was. Not interference or equipment malfunction, but a harbinger. A warning scratched into reality itself by something vast and uncaring, like the groaning of glacial ice before it splits apart into bottomless crevasses. But I was too focused on my work, too eager to make the most of these precious dark months at Palmer Station. As Antarctica's senior radio astronomer, I had fought hard for this position, this chance to study the cosmos, away from the electromagnetic pollution of civilization. The perpetual night of winter solstice meant uninterrupted observation time, and the station's isolation promised pristine data. Even the aurora australis, usually an impediment to astronomical observation, had been unusually subdued this season. Until tonight, the phantom static had started as a barely perceptible hiss in my headphones around 0200 hours. I adjusted frequencies, checked connections, ran diagnostics. Nothing. The interference persisted, a soft susurration, like distant waves or whispered voices just below the threshold of comprehension. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the familiar ache of too many hours staring at screens. The control room's warm light felt almost oppressive after so much darkness, and my reflection in the window looked haggard. Beyond the glass, wind-driven snow created shifting patterns in the floodlights, while the aurora painted ethereal curtains of green and purple across the sky. "You're losing it, Sarah," I muttered, reaching for my coffee mug only to find it empty. Again. Time for a break. The corridor outside was dim and silent. Most of the winter crew of 15 were asleep, leaving the station feeling larger and emptier than usual. My footsteps echoed oddly on the metal floor as I made my way to the kitchen. The walls seemed to absorb the sound, making each step feel muffled and distant. The coffee maker's gurgle was oddly comforting in the midnight quiet. I leaned against the counter, letting my mind drift. The static in my headphones had been strange, yes, but probably just some atmospheric phenomenon, the kind of thing that... A flicker of movement caught my eye. Outside the kitchen window, the aurora had intensified, its colors deeper and more vibrant than I'd ever seen. The typical flowing curtains had transformed into intricate geometric patterns that seemed almost deliberate. For a moment, I could have sworn they formed themselves into symbols, not like any writing system I knew, but somehow suggestive of meaning nonetheless. My hands trembled slightly as I poured the coffee. "You're overtired," I told myself. The human brain is wired to find patterns, even where none exist, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air felt different somehow, heavier, like the pressure change before a storm. Back in the control room, I nearly dropped my mug. The static had grown louder, even though I'd left my headphones on the desk. It seemed to be coming from the equipment itself now, a harsh electronic keening that set my teeth on edge. The monitors flickered with interference patterns that shouldn't have been possible with our digital systems. "Dr. Anderson?" The voice made me jump. Mike Rodriguez, one of our maintenance technicians, stood in the doorway. His face looked pale in the blue light of the screens. "Sorry to bother you, but have you noticed anything weird with the electrical systems?" I set down my coffee carefully, trying to keep my voice steady. "What kind of weird?" "Power fluctuations, equipment turning on by itself, and there's this sound." He trailed off, glancing nervously at the radio telescope controls. "You hear it too?" Relief and dread mingled in my chest. "How long?" "Started about an hour ago in the mechanical room. I thought it was just interference from the aurora, but..." He stepped into the room, lowering his voice. "I've never seen the lights act like this, and the temperature sensors are going crazy, showing impossible readings, like negative hundreds of degrees in some sections, way past what our thermometers can actually measure." I pulled up the environmental monitoring system. He was right. The temperature graph showed wild fluctuations, with some sensors registering temperatures that would have instantly frozen the air solid. Others showed no reading at all, as if those sections of the station had simply ceased to exist. "This isn't possible," I whispered, more to myself than to Mike. "The equipment must be malfunctioning." "All of it? At once?" His voice cracked slightly. "And what about the telescope? Are you getting any weird readings from..." The lights went out. For a moment we stood in total darkness. Then the emergency systems kicked in, bathing everything in dim red light. The static had stopped, leaving a silence so complete it felt like a physical presence. "I'll check the backup generators," Mike said, already moving toward the door. "Maybe the storm..." "Wait!" I grabbed his arm. Through the window I could see that the regular floodlights were still on, illuminating the swirling snow. "The main power's still working. It's just in here." As if in response, the radio telescope's control panel lit up, not with its usual operational displays, but with a single line of text: "Signal acquired." My heart seemed to skip several beats. "That's not possible," I said again, but the words felt hollow. The telescope's powered down, and even if it wasn't, it doesn't have text display capabilities like that. Mike leaned closer to the screen, his breath fogging the glass. "What signal?" Before I could answer, every monitor in the room came to life simultaneously. The same two words appeared on each screen in the same stark green text. Below them, numbers began to scroll. Coordinates, I realized with growing horror. But not any astronomical coordinate system I recognized. The values made no sense, extending to impossible decimal places, describing positions that couldn't exist in three-dimensional space. The static returned, louder than before. It seemed to come from everywhere at once: the equipment, the walls, the very air itself. Within it, I could almost make out words, concepts that slithered at the edges of comprehension. My head began to throb as my mind tried to process patterns it was never meant to understand. "We need to shut it down," I managed to say, fighting back a wave of nausea. "All of it. Now." Mike nodded and moved toward the main power distribution panel. His hand had barely touched the switch when every screen in the room went black. The static cut off abruptly, leaving only the sound of our breathing and the distant howl of the wind. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happened. Then the screens flickered back to life, showing a single image that made my blood run cold. It was a view from the telescope's main camera, a view that should have been impossible, since I had personally powered down and secured the instrument hours ago. The image showed a section of the night sky, but wrong somehow. The familiar stars were missing, replaced by an absolute darkness that seemed to pulse with its own terrible life. As we watched, that darkness began to move, to flow like liquid, forming shapes that hurt to look at directly. "Sarah?" Mike's voice seemed to come from very far away. "What are we seeing?" I couldn't answer. My scientific mind was screaming that this was impossible, that the laws of physics didn't allow for what I was seeing. But another part of me, some primitive hindbrain that remembered what it was to be prey, understood perfectly. We were seeing something vast wake up. The image zoomed in, or perhaps whatever we were observing was getting closer. The darkness resolved into geometries that shouldn't have been possible, angles that seemed to bend back through themselves. My eyes began to water as they tried to follow the impossibly recursive patterns. And then I saw the void. It wasn't just an absence of light or matter. It was an active nothing, a hungry emptiness that devoured both space and meaning. Looking at it was like trying to remember a dream that turned out to be a memory of something that hadn't happened yet. My mind recoiled from it even as some horrible fascination kept me staring. The static returned, but different now. It had structure, purpose. The random noise resolved into a kind of music, if you could call it that. It was like hearing colors that didn't exist, or touching a thought. Each note seemed to reach inside my skull and rearrange my understanding of reality. "We have to warn the others," I heard myself say, though my voice sounded strange and distant. "We need to—" The window exploded inward. Later I would try to convince myself that it was just the storm, that the intense cold had somehow caused the reinforced glass to fail. But I knew better. The window hadn't broken. It had been pulled apart at an atomic level, the very bonds between particles unraveled by something that viewed the laws of physics as mere suggestions. The wind that howled through the broken window wasn't just cold. It was wrong. It carried scents that shouldn't exist, hints of geometries and colors that had no business in our reality. The aurora outside had transformed completely, its usual ribbons of light now forming impossible shapes that writhed across the sky like living things. Mike screamed. I turned to see him pointing at the floor, his face contorted in terror. The darkness that had spilled through the window wasn't behaving like ordinary shadows. It moved with purpose, flowing across the floor in patterns that suggested intelligence. Where it touched the metal deck plates, they seemed to dissolve, revealing glimpses of something else. Spaces that couldn't exist, dimensions that hurt to look at. "Run," I whispered, then louder. "Run." We bolted from the control room, the darkness flowing behind us like a tide. The corridor lights flickered and died as we passed, plunging us into darkness broken only by the sickly glow of the aurora through the windows. The static followed us, growing louder with each step, becoming almost like words, almost like thoughts being pressed directly into my brain. We reached the main living area, gasping for breath. "Emergency alarm," Mike panted. "We need to—" The lights came back on, but wrong. They shed darkness instead of illumination, making the shadows brighter than the lit areas. Through the common room windows I could see that the storm had gotten worse. Or perhaps worse wasn't the right word. Different. The snow now fell upward, each flake leaving trails of impossible colors in the air. I slapped the emergency alarm panel, but instead of the usual klaxon, It emitted a sound that made my teeth feel like they were trying to escape my skull. Throughout the station, I could hear doors opening and confused voices as the rest of the crew woke up. "Sarah, Mike, what's going on?" Dr. Williams, our medical officer, emerged from her quarters, pulling on a sweater. She stopped short when she saw our faces. "What's wrong? Why is it so cold in here?" Before I could answer, the static changed pitch, becoming a high, keening sound that made my vision blur. Through the windows, the aurora had spread to cover the entire sky, its colors shifting through spectrums I had no names for. The patterns it formed now were unmistakably deliberate, a vast cosmic language being written across the Antarctic night. "We need to evacuate," I managed to say, fighting down rising panic. "Something's coming through." The floor beneath us shuddered, not like an earthquake, more like reality itself was having a seizure. I watched in horror as the metal began to ripple like water, forming patterns that matched the ones in the sky. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in ways that shouldn't have been possible. More of the crew had emerged now, their confused questions turning to screams as they saw what was happening. The darkness from the control room had followed us, seeping under doors and through ventilation ducts. Where it touched people, they changed. Not physically at first, but something in their eyes suggested they were seeing things human minds weren't equipped to process. "The emergency shelter," I shouted over the growing chaos. "We need to—" The ceiling disappeared. One moment it was there, and the next, nothing. Not a hole, not an opening to the storm outside, but an absence so complete it hurt to look at. Through it, I caught a glimpse of something vast moving against the aurora-lit sky. My mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing, and failed utterly. It was like trying to comprehend the size of the universe by looking at a grain of sand, except the sand was alive and made of angles that couldn't exist in Euclidean geometry. The static had become a roar now, drowning out all other sounds. Within it, I could finally understand what I was hearing, the thoughts of something so ancient and vast that galaxies were like motes of dust to it. It wasn't malevolent exactly. We were simply too insignificant for it to consider our existence meaningful, like an astronomer inadvertently destroying a microbe colony while adjusting their telescope. The telescope. Understanding hit me like a physical blow. We hadn't been observing the cosmos. Something in the cosmos had been observing us, and now it had noticed us noticing it. The Faraday cage. I grabbed Mike's arm, pointing toward the laboratory section. "It's electromagnetically shielded. Maybe it can block whatever this is." A few of us managed to make it to the lab, sealing the heavy door behind us. The static was muted here, though I could still feel it buzzing in my bones. Through the small reinforced window, I watched in horror as the reality distortion spread through the station. Walls folded in on themselves like origami, revealing spaces that couldn't exist. People ran, or tried to, some of them moving sideways through dimensions I couldn't perceive. "What's happening?" Dr. Williams demanded, her medical training warring with the impossible things she was seeing. "Sarah, you're the physicist. Explain this." I laughed, the sound edged with hysteria. "Physics? Physics stopped working the moment that thing noticed us. We're seeing, I don't know, reality from its perspective. Our universe is just a flat painting to it, and now it's reaching down to touch the canvas." The walls of the Faraday cage creaked ominously. In the corner, delicate laboratory equipment began to melt, the metal and plastic flowing together in ways that violated every law of thermodynamics. The air itself felt thick, as if gravity was becoming more of a suggestion than a law. Through the window I saw the aurora transform one final time. The entire sky became a vast eye, its pupil a void that reflected nothing, absorbed everything. Looking into it, I understood with terrible clarity just how insignificant we were. Not just humanity, but our entire concept of existence. We were like characters in a two-dimensional drawing suddenly being noticed by the artist. The static peaked, becoming a sound that wasn't a sound, more like the universe itself screaming as something vast reached down and began to fold it into shapes it was never meant to take. The Faraday cage wouldn't hold. Nothing would hold. Reality itself was coming undone, and all we could do was watch. In those final moments, as the walls of our shelter began to dissolve into geometries that Euclid never dreamed of, I had one last coherent thought. We had built our telescopes and pointed them at the stars, hoping to understand our place in the cosmos. But some questions have answers that human minds were never meant to comprehend. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The static consumed everything, and in it, I heard the voice of the void, not in words, but in concepts that rewrote my understanding of existence. And I understood finally that the horror wasn't in being noticed by something vast and uncaring. The true horror was in realizing that we had always been noticed, had always been watched, and what we thought of as reality was merely the surface tension on an infinite ocean of things we were never meant to comprehend. The last thing I saw before my mind mercifully broke was the telescope array outside, its dish pointed at that terrible eye in the sky. It wasn't receiving signals anymore. It was sending them. We had built a beacon without knowing it, and now something had answered our call. The void opened wide, and Antarctica's long night became eternal. The portrait's promise. The roses were dying again. I stood in the suffocating midnight air of the conservatory, watching their velvet petals curl and blacken before my eyes. 3 days. That's all they ever lasted in this house, no matter how tenderly I cared for them. The humid air pressed against my skin like a damp shroud as I touched one withering bloom, its once crimson petals crumbling beneath my fingertips. Just like before, I whispered, my voice barely disturbing the thick silence. The words hung in the air, trapped by the stagnant atmosphere that had plagued Maison St. Clair since I'd arrived 6 weeks ago. Even now I couldn't quite believe I was here, that I'd inherited this sprawling plantation house from a grandmother I'd never met. The lawyer's letter had arrived on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning, transforming my predictable Boston life with a few strokes of elegant script. As the last living descendant of Elizabeth St. Clair, those words had set everything in motion, drawing me inexorably south to this decaying testament to old money and older secrets. I pulled my hand back from the roses, wiping the dark residue on my thin cotton nightgown. The fabric clung uncomfortably to my skin, already damp with sweat despite the late hour. Through the conservatory's grimy windows, I could see the moon hanging low and bloated in the Louisiana sky, casting sickly shadows through the Spanish moss that draped the property's ancient oaks. The portrait watched me from the far wall, as it always did. Even here, among the dying flowers, I couldn't escape great-great-grandmother Elizabeth's painted gaze. Her likeness hung in every major room of the house, a peculiar insistence of the will that I hadn't questioned at first. Now, 6 weeks in, I was beginning to understand why the previous caretaker had lasted barely a month before fleeing. Elizabeth's eyes followed me everywhere, painted with such skill that they seemed to hold real depth, real judgment. In each portrait, she wore the same high-necked black dress, the same severe expression, and the same golden locket gleaming at her throat. The one detail that varied was the collection of blood-red roses she held, sometimes a full bouquet, sometimes a single bloom. In this particular painting, the roses were arranged in a silver vase beside her, their petals captured mid-wilt. "What are you trying to tell me?" I murmured, stepping closer to the portrait. The floorboards creaked beneath my bare feet, the sound oddly muffled by the dense air. A bead of sweat trickled down my spine as I studied Elizabeth's face. There was something in her expression that seemed different tonight, a slight curve to her lips that I hadn't noticed before, as if she were about to speak. The locket at her throat caught the moonlight, and I reached up instinctively to touch its twin, which hung cool and heavy against my own skin. Finding it among my grandmother's belongings had been the first strange coincidence in a house that seemed to manufacture them. Inside was a tiny daguerreotype of Elizabeth herself, mirror image to the portraits that surrounded me, down to the roses in her hand. A sudden draft stirred the air, the first movement I'd felt all night, carrying with it the sickly sweet scent of decay. The roses, I thought at first, but this smell was older, deeper, rising from somewhere beneath the floorboards. My stomach clenched as another wave of the odor washed over me. "Just the bayou," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. The words sounded hollow in the dense air. The temperature dropped suddenly, raising goosebumps along my arms. I wrapped them around myself, fingers clutching at my biceps as I watched my breath form visible clouds in the newly chilled air. The change was impossible. It had been stifling moments ago, yet I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. Behind me, a petal fell from one of the dying roses, its soft impact against the wooden floor somehow loud as a gunshot in the midnight silence. I spun toward the sound, heart thundering against my ribs, and found myself face to face with my own reflection in the conservatory windows. For a moment, in the darkness beyond the glass, I could have sworn I saw another face superimposed over mine, older, severe, wearing an expression of grim satisfaction. The locket at my throat grew suddenly, impossibly cold. I gasped, fingers flying to the metal that now felt like ice against my skin. As I touched it, the catch sprang open, something it had never done before, and a scrap of yellowed paper fluttered to the floor. My hands trembled as I bent to retrieve it, the ancient paper crackling beneath my fingers. The handwriting was faded but elegant, the same script I'd seen on documents throughout the house, Elizabeth's own hand. The message was brief, but its words sent a chill deeper than any cold draft through my body. Blood calls to blood, and debt calls to debt. The roses remember sweet Eleanor, and so must you. I looked up at the portrait, my breath catching in my throat. Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine, and this time I was certain her expression had changed. The slight smile had broadened, revealing teeth that gleamed too white, too sharp in the moonlight. The smell of decay grew stronger, rising through the floorboards like a physical presence. My head swam with it as memories began to surface, memories that couldn't possibly be mine, yet unfolded with the vivid clarity of lived experience. I saw Elizabeth in this very room, her black dress stark against the riot of roses that bloomed unnaturally red. She held a silver gardening knife in one gloved hand, its blade stained dark. "The price must be paid," she whispered to someone I couldn't see. "The roses must be fed." The vision hit me with such force that I staggered, catching myself against the wall. The painted Elizabeth's eyes bored into mine as more memories crashed through my mind, the sharp tang of blood mixing with the scent of roses. A body being dragged across these very floorboards, the roses blooming brilliant red, fed by something darker than water. No, I stammered, pressing my hands to my temples. These aren't my memories. They can't be. But even as I denied them, I knew they were true. They were Elizabeth's memories, passed down through blood and bone, waiting for the moment when the last St. Clair daughter would return home. The locket burned cold against my skin as another memory surfaced. Elizabeth standing before a fresh grave, roses scattered across the turned earth. "The bargain is sealed," she said to the night air. "My roses will bloom eternal, fed by the blood of the guilty, and when the debt comes due, my own blood will return to pay it." My legs gave out and I sank to the floor, the rotting boards soft beneath my knees. The smell of decay was overwhelming now, and as I watched in horror, dark liquid began to seep up through the cracks between the floorboards. It wasn't water. The liquid was too thick, too dark, and it carried the metallic tang of old blood. The roses suddenly straightened in their vases, their withered petals unfurling and flushing with unnatural life as they drank in the dark liquid. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile grew wider still, and I could have sworn I heard her voice, distant, yet crystal clear. "Welcome home, Eleanor. The roses have waited so long for fresh blood." I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The dark liquid had reached my knees, staining my white nightgown with spreading crimson blooms. The roses continued to revive, their petals now a red so deep it was almost black, and I understood with horrible clarity what Elizabeth had done, what she had promised, and what my return to Maison St. Clair really meant. "The debt must be paid," I heard myself say, but the voice that came from my throat wasn't entirely my own. My fingers moved without my volition to touch the locket, and I felt Elizabeth's memories settle into my mind like poison sinking into soil. The roses needed blood to bloom, had always needed blood, and Elizabeth had promised them an endless supply, sealed with the lives of those she judged guilty. But when her own sins grew too heavy, she'd made a new bargain. Her own bloodline would return, generation after generation, to pay the debt and keep the roses fed. I was the last of that bloodline. The roses had called me home. Through the windows I could see the moon hanging red and swollen in the sky, its light painting the conservatory in shades of blood and shadow. The portraits of Elizabeth that lined the walls seemed to pulse with inner light, and in each one her smile grew wider, her eyes more triumphant. The locket at my throat beat like a second heart, pumping Elizabeth's memories through my veins until I couldn't tell where her thoughts ended and mine began. I remembered the first killing, a man who cheated Elizabeth's family, whose blood had fed the first roses. I remembered the second, the third, the dozen that followed, each death justified by Elizabeth's twisted sense of justice. I remembered the moment she realized her own guilt outweighed those she'd judged, and the bargain she'd struck to protect herself. Her own bloodline would inherit both house and curse, drawn back to feed the roses until there was no one left to return. The dark liquid had reached my waist now, but I no longer felt the urge to escape it. Elizabeth's memories had taken root, her purpose becoming mine with each beat of the locket against my chest. The roses needed blood to bloom, and the St. Clair women had always provided it. That was our duty, our curse, our inheritance. I rose slowly to my feet, the bloodied fabric of my nightgown clinging to my skin. In the portrait, Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine with shared understanding. The silver gardening knife I'd seen in my vision, her vision, our vision, gleamed on a nearby table, its blade still sharp after all these years. The debt must be paid, I whispered, reaching for the knife. The roses watched with their blood-dark blooms, waiting for the next sacrifice. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile matched my own, and I knew with certainty that I would not be the last St. Clair daughter to answer the rose's call. The night stretched endless before me, thick with the smell of roses and blood, as I stepped out of the conservatory to begin my inherited work. The portraits of Elizabeth followed my progress through the house, their painted eyes alight with triumph, knowing that her bargain would be honored for at least one more generation. In the conservatory behind me, the roses bloomed impossibly red, drinking in the moonlight and waiting for the fresh blood that would keep them alive for another generation. And somewhere in the depths of my borrowed memories, I heard Elizabeth laugh. The Hitchhiker's Curse. Ever start dating someone where everything feels a little too good to be true? At first it's magical. You're floating on cloud 9, thinking maybe, just maybe, you hit the jackpot. But then the doubts creep in. Nobody's that perfect, right? And even if they were, why would someone so flawless pick you? Your mind starts playing games, convincing you there's a dark secret lurking beneath their charm. Maybe those cute little quirks that make you laugh now will drive you insane later. Or maybe there's something much darker, a drug problem, a secret family, or God forbid, a shady past involving a murder weapon and an uncontrollable rage. It's human nature to look for cracks even when everything seems unbreakable. I didn't expect to face those cracks so soon. After just 2 months of dating, Emily, not her real name, suggested we take a 1,000-mile road trip. She thought it would be romantic. I thought it would be a prison sentence. Don't get me wrong, I liked her, a lot, but something about being stuck together for hours on end made me uneasy. Still, I agreed. What could go wrong? The first 100 miles felt like a dream. We sang to the radio, laughed until our sides hurt, and shared goofy confessions. She teased me relentlessly when she found out I knew every word to Skater Boy. I teased her back for not knowing Bohemian Rhapsody. By all accounts, it was perfect. Then we saw the hitchhiker. Emily spotted him first, a man in a press suit standing by the freeway ramp, waving his thumb like he was hailing a cab. "Let's give him a ride," she said, her hand squeezing mine. I didn't even slow down. "No way, we don't know him. For all we know, he could rob us, or worse." "He doesn't look dangerous," she replied, peering at him through the side mirror. "He's wearing a suit, for God's sake." "That just means he's already robbed someone," I muttered, gripping the wheel tighter. The guy gave me the creeps. He didn't even have a sign or luggage, just a strained smile and a wild, frantic wave. Emily sighed, but let it go. For a while we drove in silence, the tension between us thickening. But then, 20 miles later, we saw him again. The same man. This time his suit was streaked with dirt, and his face looked drawn, almost desperate. Emily noticed him first again. "How is he here already?" she asked, her voice tinged with unease. "I don't know, and I don't care," I snapped. "Let's just keep going." But I did care. My stomach knotted as we passed him, my grip on the wheel tightening. Emily, however, couldn't stop glancing back. The unease turned into a low-grade argument. She accused me of being heartless. I accused her of being reckless. We bickered until we both agreed to drop it, but the tension hung in the air like a storm cloud. Another 30 miles passed, and there he was again. Only this time he looked worse. His jacket was gone, his shirt torn, and blood seeped through the fabric over his stomach. He stumbled along the roadside, his movements erratic, almost mechanical. Emily begged me to stop, but my instincts screamed at me to keep going. "We have to help him," she cried, her voice cracking. "No, we don't." "Something's wrong here," I said through gritted teeth. She didn't care about my gut feeling. I didn't care about hers. The argument reached a fever pitch when she grabbed the wheel, nearly sending us into the ditch. We drove the next 50 miles in cold, angry silence. Then we saw him again, face down on the side of the road. His shirt and jacket were gone, revealing long, bloody gashes across his back, like claw marks. Emily jumped out before I could stop her, kneeling beside the body. She looked up at me, her eyes burning with rage. "He's dead," she said. "Can I call the police, or is that too much of an inconvenience for you?" I nodded, numb. I couldn't process what was happening. While she waited for the police, I filled the gas tank, my mind racing. What the hell was going on? The cops asked a few questions, but neither of us mentioned that we'd seen him alive multiple times. How could we explain it without sounding insane? We got back on the road, but the damage was done. Emily stared out the window, refusing to speak. I kept driving, desperate to end the trip. The sun dipped below the horizon and darkness swallowed the road. Emily eventually fell asleep, her head resting against the window. She looked peaceful, like nothing had happened. I wanted to believe we could still salvage things. That was until she woke up screaming. "In the back seat!" she yelled, her voice raw with terror. I glanced in the rearview mirror. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then I saw him, the hitchhiker. His skin was gray, his body covered in dried blood and deep wounds. He was leaning forward, his eyes glinting in the dark as he stared directly at me. "Get off the road!" Emily screamed, clutching my arm. "I can't! Get him out!" I shouted back, my voice shaking. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel as I tried to keep control. The hitchhiker didn't move. He just cocked his head, almost curiously, like he was studying me. Then he lunged, his filthy hands wrapped around Emily's throat, his fingers sinking into her skin like it was clay. She thrashed, her fists smashing against the windows. I slammed on the brakes, but the car didn't stop fast enough. When I finally flung open the door and ran to the back seat, they were both gone. No hitchhiker, no Emily, just an empty car streaked with blood and shards of broken glass. I searched for hours, calling her name into the endless night. Nothing. When I finally gave up, I got back in the car, my mind numb. I decided to drive home, to forget this nightmare and pretend none of it ever happened. But then, a few miles down the road, I saw her. Emily, standing by the shoulder, clean, unhurt, smiling, her thumb outstretched in the dim glow of my headlights. Now I'm parked here, writing this. I don't know what to do. If I stop, what happens? If I drive past, will she catch up anyway? One thing's certain, I'm not alone on this road anymore.